I've started our primary recording. We've rolled over the top of the hour, so I'm going to read the script. Sophie, since I've made you a co-host, if you would please watch the participants list in the waiting room and admit people as they come into the waiting room, please.
I've never done that. How do I do that? Just accept, will something pop up, or
Yeah,
I'm not sure
actually,
where the waiting room is.
If you click on the participants list, if you click on the participants, which is at the bottom of my window,
Oh, I see.
there's a list that'll show up, and the waiting room, as people come into the waiting room, it typically is at the top of the list, and it says, Mary Wilson is in the waiting room, and you can hover over their name and get a admit button.
Okay. Yep.
Very good. Okay, I'm calling to order this meeting of the Lunenburg Conservation Commission for February 7th, 2024. In accordance with the requirements of the open meetings law, please be advised that this meeting is being audio and video recorded. The agenda lists all of the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those that are reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by the open meeting law. Please address all comments to the chair. This meeting of the Conservation Commission will be held by Zoom at the link provided in this notice. And for the purposes of anybody that's watching or live streaming, the Zoom meeting ID is 835-083-58226. And I would encourage anybody who wants to dial into Zoom to actually go to the town website, download the agenda from the town calendar, because there's a handy link there and you don't have to type that long list of numbers in. Okay, we're going to start out tonight with a roll call. Bob Pease.
Present.
Rich Bursch.
Present.
Jeff Viviano.
Present.
Mike LaRouche.
Present.
Chris St. Germain.
Present.
And Jenny Putherer.
Present.
Very good. Welcome, Jenny. I'll do a little intro for you in a minute. Well, actually, I think I'll do it now. So this is Jenny's maiden voyage with Lunenburg Conservation Commission, and we definitely welcome her to our group. Jenny, I think if I recall correctly, you join us from day job background in IT, but also a lot of personal interest, hobby interests, and also work affiliations in nurseries and also with nature trails and things of that nature.
Yeah, so I'm an IT manager, but I worked for Weston Nurseries for 9 years as their IT manager. And then now I work for a construction company that does a lot of landscape construction, and we do a lot of stormwater protection plans. So
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, very good. Welcome to our team. We're really delighted to have you.
Very excited to be here.
Do we have any announcements from other members of the commission? Okay, and seeing none, I'll open for members of the public for public comment. If there are public comments, please limit those to 3 minutes and address all comments to the chair.
May I go?
Yes, please, Richard.
Thank you. I'm coming here on behalf of 70 Horizon Island Road, and we.
Richard, if you would please say your name again for the recording. You said it before.
Sorry, Richard Parsons, 70 Horizon Island Road.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here to ask for permission to cut 3 trees Two are dead, one's dying, and they're a serious safety hazard because when they do come down, they're going to fall in my house, more than likely, because one of them is within a foot of my house. So I wanted to see if we could move that along because I started calling back in August, and then I found out you guys didn't have a manager and so on and so forth. And then you had some interim managers. One came out to visit my property, and I asked her if I should attend a meeting with the information she got from me, and she said no, that wasn't necessary. But then I found out later that I should be at one of these meetings. And so I'm here now. But would you like to see some pictures of the trees or something like that, so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think show us real quickly, but public comment's not used for hearing, so show us real quickly what you got, and I may move you into a section of the agenda that's more appropriate for this, but show me
It
what you
doesn't
have
let
for
me
right now.
share screen.
Let me go fix that for you.
Okay.
Okay, try again.
Oh, okay, yeah. You can see this?
Yes.
Good. So we have these three trees here. The back one here is the one that's still dying. But you can see that there's very little greenery on it for a pine. And then if we come down, that's obviously looking way up. These are the same three, and you can see the proximity to my house. And then you can see here the serious proximity of this one. So these trees are like 75 feet tall, and the danger is very critical. So I really need your approval so that these can be taken down safely and that they don't come down naturally.
I thought
Oh.
we had already had this before us with direction to which may not have gotten back to you, and if not, I apologize. Thought the direction had been yeah, to submit an RDA.
Okay, so I went and did onto the line to try to do this form. Yeah. And I couldn't find anything on the state website that was actually called an RDA, but I found a notice of intent, which seemed like, I guess, similar to maybe what you wanted. So I filled,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. So really this should be a conversation between you and our Conservation Commission administrator. We do have a full-time administrator now. And that's Sophie Doro, and she's on the call right now tonight.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Sophie, what's the best way for Richard to get in touch with you?
I mean, I've emailed.
You can, yeah, email if you have any further questions on filing. I know probably at the time when you went on the town website, there was little to no guidance whatsoever on filing and forms, but since then I have put a whole bunch of things up for posting for people such as yourself looking for those forms and instructions on that. So it's up there now.
So it's not on the state website, it's now on the town website?
Well, there should be information on the state website for their filing procedures, but it's also our filing procedures are on the town website as well now.
Well, okay. So would I only file with you though, directly, and not the state?
So
We can
Richard,
probably
hang
discuss
on.
this at a
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
later
want to
time.
take it offline. Sophie, would it be possible for you to call Richard tomorrow?
Yep, I can do that. I'll follow
Yeah,
up on that.
okay.
No problem.
Is there a large fee with the town one though? Because the state one had this huge fee associated with it. That was
Richard,
very
that's
unnecessary.
I got to get along with the rest of the meeting tonight. So if you could send an email to Sophie tomorrow or tonight and make certain she has your phone contact information. Because we don't, you have been trying to do the right thing, and clearly, those trees are close to your house. We want you to be able to do the right thing, right? So we don't want to have another misstep. But if you could just email Sophie and make certain she has your phone contact information, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, so you cannot approve this at all. You're not willing to approve this despite this. I mean,
No.
Okay. I do not understand, but okay.
Okay. Thank you. We will move along. So we do have minutes from previous meetings that we need to undertake voting on. And I put those in the Google Drive earlier today. We have December 20th, January 3rd, and January 17th. Are we in a position to vote on those? And right now, I think I just want my fellow commissioners to advise if there are meeting minutes that they are not yet able to vote on. Not seeing anything. So first I'm going to go with December 20th, 2023. I'm looking for a motion to approve those as posted.
moved. Richard.
Motion from Rich
Second, Mike.
and a second from Mike. Roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Bursch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer. Jenny, you can't vote on him anyway. You weren't there.
Yes, you can.
Oh, she can.
You
Okay.
can. I actually was on one of them, but as a person before the commission. But okay, I'm allowed to vote. I actually have read them all. And
Okay.
watched the meetings. So aye.
And I for myself. So that's unanimous to approve December 20th. Okay, I'm looking for a motion to approve the 3rd of January, 2024.
So moved. Whoop,
Hey,
sorry.
I have a motion from Rich Birch and a second from Bob Pease. So we'll go to roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer.
Aye.
It's another unanimous approval. Okay, and the 17th of January, 2024, looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Bob, second by Mike. Roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Bursch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and Jenny. And Jenny's muted.
Oh, I said aye.
Oh, okay, yeah, you were muted. I just didn't hear you. Thank you. That's another, and I for myself. So that's another unanimous approval. And Jenny, I'm calling you Jenny because I saw that in your email address. Do you prefer Jenny or Jennifer?
I'm Jenny.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and we did have a request from an applicant. It's applying for a certificate of compliance for 120 West Street to be moved to the earlier in the agenda. Do we have those applicants here on the call?
Yes, Bill Hannigan from Hannigan Engineering.
Thank you. And Sophie, have you been out to the parcel and reviewed the conditions of that project, and what's status or do you have on that?
Yes, I made my way out to the site a little while ago. I want to say possibly three 3 weeks ago. I originally shared some photographs that I took, as well as what Donna Mollett also took prior to snowfall, and while there was a little bit of snow on the ground, just kind of depicting where the wetland is in relation to the finished extension on the house.
Do you have those photos available for us to look at tonight?
You can pull them out of the Google Drive.
It looks like
No, not the Drive, the Google Photos, whatever.
that would be great. And Bill, it looks like you have the project up,
Yeah,
project
yeah.
drawing up.
Yeah, this is the plans that were approved by the commission. There was an addition on the right-hand side of the house that was proposed. And we submitted the as-built plan, which, as you can see, shows this being completed. And our site review showed everything was stabilized. It's actually been stabilized for quite some time now, but the certificate of compliance was never submitted for a request for that. So that's what we're here for tonight.
All right, thank you, Bill. And thanks for being handy with the drawing, right? It gets everybody kind of
Yeah, I figured it'd be
reoriented
helpful
back on
to
the project.
see what they're looking at.
Yep, thank you. Sophie, let me know when you're ready to show those drawings. Or not drawings, photos.
Yep, it's just a few. Share screen. So this is the part of the extension. In the back side, this is the side of the extension. There's another photo further down. As you can see, this proposed, I think it's crushed stone or gravel, I'm not sure. But the proposed stone was put in the same spot that it was on the plan. A little bit through the snow, I could see that there was a little bit of like bare area, but I think it's mostly due to the fact that it doesn't get a lot of sun. I know that because my house has that spot too. And so on this side, this is the sloped area where the wetland is over here. You can kind of see through the woods. But a measurement was taken from the corner of the house down to the buffer zone, and it's out of the 50-foot. It's a different site. But those are the photos that I took on my site walk.
Okay, thank you. And what's your recommendation for the commission?
I don't see any anything concerning. It's been stabilized for quite a while. I think it's all set for certificate of compliance, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions by fellow commissioners on this project? Okay, I think I'm looking for a motion.
I motion to approve.
Thank you, Chris. Do I have a second?
Second. By Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Roll call vote, Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer,
Aye.
and I for myself. So that's the approval for the certificate of compliance at 120 West Street by unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a question. Is this going to be, would this be available tomorrow? What we'd like to do is pick it up and get it recorded at the Registry of Deeds. Sophie?
I don't think we will be able to turn around the signatures on that tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, it typically takes us a few days for
Right.
the administrator to create the documentation and circulate the
Right. That's fine.
DocuSign.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So if Sophia could just let me know at the office when it's ready, we'll send someone over to pick it up.
I can arrange
Okay.
that.
All
Sure.
right. Thank you very much.
Thank
Have
you.
a great night. Thank you for the accommodation as well. It's much appreciated.
Certainly. Okay, we will move along with the agenda. We don't have any new public hearings. We've been struggling to get the legal ads posted, but I understand that we are past that struggle, and legal ads are now going to be posted in the Ledger, I think as early as this week. So looking forward to that and getting back on track with regard to new public hearings. We're going to step into the continued public hearings section of the agenda. I do note that we have a number of members of the public on tonight, which is awesome. We love having our residents participate. I'll just remind everybody that you know, I do call on people as we move through the agenda and through each of the hearings. Please wait for the public comment section. I would ask that people raise their hands so that I can manage the conversation flow. And if, you know, and a lot of people are not fluent in Zoom and may struggle to find the raising the hand thing, please just let me know and then wait your turn. I will call on you. Reading the script pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation by Kevin O'Brien at 390 Howard Street, DEP number 208-1304. And do we have Kevin or his representative on the phone tonight?
Kevin is here.
Thank you, Kevin.
Good evening, Matt's here too.
Thank you, Matt. And where are we with this project? The last I remembered, we were trying to get together another site walk, but I think the weather didn't cooperate, and then of course we have snow on the ground. The last time I was out there, the commission and along with Matt were not able to find a lot of the wetlands flags that we expected to see. So where are we today? Please,
The flag
Kevin or Matt.
situation has been. I'm sorry,
Go
Mary.
ahead.
The flag situation's been remediated.
Okay.
There were areas where I know the vice chairman had noted that there were flags that were insufficiently tied. Those have been staked out. We did try a few times to do site walks, you know, between meetings, and it seems every time we did, we wind up with a foot of snow. So, you know, I just figured I'd wait to the meeting to address this because I was afraid of asking again and having 6 feet fall. So, with that in mind, the vice chair had sent an email out, which I believe you were copied on, proposing a solution to that regarding a certified letter from the surveyor certifying that all the flags were put out there in areas that needed to be staked. They were staked in accordance with the commission's wishes. I've spoken, myself and Mr. O'Brien have spoken to the survey crew. Mr. O is willing to submit that letter if the commission wants it to go that way.
Yeah, I think that's my opinion is that's good a good solution because that's actually what we were looking to verify. But I think I'd like to hear or at least give the other commissioners an opportunity to speak. Bob, you have your hand raised?
Well, I just wanted to, I felt I owed it to the other commissioners, I sent Matt and Jamie Rowe a letter, I think last week, or it might have been this week. I did two things. One, I took and I did a compendium of all the available aerial photographs of the applicant site since before the last delineation, which happened way back in 2008, all the way up to the present. And it shows that when you look at those aerial photographs, you can see that there was extensive vegetation clearing of trees and excavation in the applicant area sometime around 2012, 2013, somewhere in there. And then I also sent 3 pictures, of wetlands flags that had been hung on, herbaceous, dead herbaceous vegetation. And I suggested to them that I would be advocating tonight that the commission, because I'm just one member, I have no authority or power on my own. I would be advocating tonight that the commission request that the surveyor or engineer, submit a letter saying that all of the wetlands flags have been survey located, and saying, how the degree of accuracy, that inherent, in survey location of flags. And so that's what happened, and so I just want everyone to be aware of, that I had done that and what my intent was. My intent is not to do that in lieu of a site walk, but to me, before I spend any more time out there tromping around looking for wetlands flags, I want to see such a letter from the engineer in advance. And so that's the comment I have, and I yield the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Bob. Do we have other questions from members of the commission? Bob, if I'm recalling correctly, this is also a site that we had discussed having a third party review done on as well.
And may I speak?
Yes, please.
And so I think the third party review was essential. Obviously, there's been a lot of modifications to the site since the wetlands were delineated back in 2008. And it seems like the applicant is asking us to adopt the wetlands delineation from 2008. And I think the applicant should be prepared to have a third-party reviewer or somebody of his own employee go back and redelineate the wetlands and show us, where, in case, wetlands have been disturbed that existed in 2008, or in case, new wetlands have been created, in the disturbing activities that have occurred since 2008. And those are my thoughts on the matter.
Okay, yeah, I think that sounds reasonable.
I have no
Chair, just
objection. If Mr. O'Brien has no objection.
Well, we don't have this is Kevin O'Brien. I don't have an objection to it, but back in December, the meeting in the beginning of December, we talked about doing a site visit between Christmas and New Year's, and that didn't happen. To now, a couple of months later, say we want a third party, that's fine. If that's the case, does the board have to go out there? Does the Conservation Commission board have to go out there also? So in other words, are we going to be lining up a consultant to go out there for a peer review, I guess we'll call it, and the board go out? Or is it just you're going to rely on the peer reviewer to look at it and say, we're okay with what was done?
So the Conservation Commission always reserves the right to go out and do a site visit, but I don't think that our site visit has to be constrained to going out with the third party. But I'll take advice from commissioners that have been through this more times than I've been. Bob. Yes, please.
I mean, given the size of the site, I mean, what I'm personally interested in is waiting to see what the peer reviewer has to say, and then deciding about, you know, whether a, you know, site visits, you know, what I'd like to see, you know, out there. That's just, my personal feeling about it. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Bob. Rich Birch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, as I understand it, so we have an application before us. And given the size and scope of the application, the commission, it sounds like, will decide to hire its own peer review specialist to review the application as it's been submitted. At that point, like you said, the commissioners always reserve right to go out on a site. But we do need to make sure that it is flagged properly so our agent can get out there and review the application as it's been submitted. And then I would imagine they would report on any discrepancies or variances that they find on site with the application. And then we can give it back to the applicant to go out and redelineate and resubmit their application or resubmit the plans after such time as they've updated them. And I mean, the agent could go out and not find any discrepancies in the application. So at this point, I do agree with Vice Chair Pease that we definitely should have a professional take the application, go out on site, and make sure that the flags are A, where they're supposed to be, and B, actually delineate all of the wetlands that they do find on site. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich.
Madam Chair, Kevin O'Brien again. I certainly don't have a problem with the peer review. I certainly don't have a problem with the members going out there. I just need to know a time frame. When we talked back in December, there was nothing about the peer reviewer. Again, I understand it's a big site, so I don't have a problem clarifying this with the peer reviewer. I don't have a problem with any of you going out there. You've got my permission. You've been given my permission before. But how do we get to this point to move this forward with deciding who we're going to use for peer reviewer?
Yeah, that's fair question. But just to put a slight clarification there, my notes from December 6th show that we discussed having a third-party reviewer.
I would
So-
agree. I would agree with you. But we also had in that same, and I think you might see in the minutes of the meeting, or you might see if you played the meeting back again, that we talked about going out there and meeting out there the Wednesday between Christmas and New Year's. That
We
didn't
did,
happen.
we did
That's
indeed, but
That's water
that-
over the dam.
yeah,
Again,
that wasn't one instead of the other, right? Both
I'm
are
asking
supposed to
now,
happen.
how do we get to the peer review point? Even though we did, even like you said, we talked about it in the beginning of December, which I'm fine with. That was 2 months ago. So who do we use? How do we decide who we use? Do
Yeah,
I
fair
make that
enough.
decision? Do you make
No,
that decision?
No, we'll make that decision. I'll call on Rich Birch.
I do believe back in December when we talked about it, Mr. Morrow did bring up a point that the applicant does have the right to select from the list of names that we supply an agent for the third party review. And I know we've had issues as far as the agent that we currently have in the office, the administrator. So I know we've been behind a little bit on that, but we should be putting together a list of possible third-party review agents and submit that so they can review the list.
And I actually thought, maybe my misremembering, I actually thought that had happened, but maybe we just talked about it and it had not happened. Bob,
I may.
please let me call on Bob first, and then you'll have your turn. Bob, you have your
Sure.
hand up.
Well, you could have let Matt go, because I'm sure he would have said the same thing I did. Actually, Richard Harris, the interim land use person, reached out to three companies seeking third-party reviewers. He reached out to Graves Engineering, who responded that they don't have in-house wetlands delineators. He reached out to Oxbow Associates, who gave a quote, and he reached out to another party whose name I forget, but Matt said that there was a conflict there so that the other party couldn't do it. And I believe that there was focus on Oxbow Associates. At this point, I think it's my impression what has to happen next is the applicant has to communicate with the office, and with the way it works with third-party reviewer, at least this is my understanding of how it works, is the applicant takes and gives the money to pay for the third-party reviewer to the office, and then the office takes and contracts the contracts with the third-party reviewer, and away we go. And so I believe that's the process. And so I think I think the next step is, for the office to communicate with with the applicant about, or the applicant's representative about, getting the process going by the transfer of money. Thank you for the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Matt, anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah, actually, well, I mean, Bob pretty much said what I was going to say. The only thing I was going to add to that was there was an issue that myself and my client have with Oxbow's bid, because it encompasses a scope of work that is outside the scope of the ANRAD. The ANRAD request was to simply certify or to review a bordering vegetated wetland. We didn't ask for any other resource areas. If there's any other resource areas that come up in a notice of intent, they're open and fair game. The only thing that was asked for was, here were the flags, and we wanted the third-party reviewer to go out and review the flags and see if the third-party reviewer agreed that the flagging from 2008 was accurate. But there were other items pertaining to like vernal pools or potential vernal pools that were on there, and that's well outside the scope of anything that this ANRAD has to do with. So I'm going to need to talk to the office, to Sophie, or to whoever else is handling this to go over this, because basically you had one bidder that was non-responsive because they couldn't do it. You have one bidder that has a conflict of interest with both myself and with Haley Ward because of work we're doing together. So, I'd like to talk about maybe potentially more names out there so we can get, like more bids in, and to talk about the scope a little bit more. So, I wanted to bring that to the commission's attention before we, continue this again.
So without a land use officer, do we still have an interim land use director in the town, Bob?
We do. Richard Harris, he comes in for 2 hours on Monday.
Okay. And so my understanding, Matt, is that that's an avenue that the applicant wants to pursue, even with the understanding is that it may take more time for us to come up with additional names. Yes?
Well, is it appropriate for me to talk to Mr. Harris about this?
I don't know that I
would
have an
assume
issue
so,
with
because
this.
he's
I don't know. I don't know the
He's the
protocol.
staff, so.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I would
So I
ask,
wouldn't think it would.
I would ask the same thing, if we could talk to Mr. Harris. This is Kevin O'Brien again. Because I don't even know if I've got a conflict with any of these other people. So, and I do, Mr. Vice Chairman, I do understand the process. I have been doing this for a long time. I do understand that I have to pay before anybody goes out there, and So that's understood, but, you know, I would appreciate if the board would allow us being myself and Matt, to talk to Mr. Harris. I understand, yes, it's gonna take a little bit longer. I don't think anybody's gonna run out there tomorrow. Well, the weather's been pretty good lately, but I don't think anybody's gonna run out there tomorrow anyway. I know I'm not. And if we could do that with him and maybe have a couple more names that we bring into the mix and get bids from them and table this till, or continue this till the next meeting, and with the board's authorization, with that Matt and I are able to talk to Mr. Harris.
I don't have an issue with you talking to Mr. Harris, and I don't know that I'll let the other commissioners have an opportunity to say whether they have concern about that. I'm not seeing any hands. Going back, okay, Bob, you got the floor.
I was once speaking with council in council's, because I had told Matt, to be honest, yeah, I had told Matt he could reach out to Oxbow to talk about the scope of services. And when I mentioned that to council said, scolded me, and I said I shouldn't have done that. That the third-party reviewer, you know, works for the town. It doesn't work for the applicant, and said that he didn't really scold me, you know, but he told me I did the wrong thing, and said that you know, that really, you know, that the town should contract with the third-party reviewer, and to be honest, Mr. Harris had some pretty rigid views about how the process would work. So I think it's a great idea for them to talk directly with Mr. Harris and take out all these third-party intermediaries. I think that would be really helpful to making forward progress on the issue.
Okay, thank you for that. To the point of the scope of work, are vernal pools outside of the scope of work for this?
The request on the ANRAD was to simply certify the bordering vegetated wetland line. That was it. So the third party is going to determine whether the wetland line is accurate as presented by the 2008 plan, and then review the paperwork. That would be the normal scope. Adding things into this and looking for other resource areas that we're not asking to certify is kind of outside the scope. And to be totally honest, it actually would, you know, if he finds something in the course of his duties and he brings it to our attention, fine, we'll deal with it. But if he goes onto the property looking for stuff, I hate to say it this way, but it's kind of a violation of my client's 14th Amendment rights.
Bob, you have your hand up.
I do. If I would agree with Matt if the aerial photograph in 2024 looked exactly to the or very similar to the aerial photographs, you know, of the site from 2008, but they don't. I mean, there's been a tremendous amount of alteration taken place there, and you know, so it's a different site. It's a different site from 2008, and so I'm not sure I agree with Matt's opinion, but I am not a lawyer, and that's just my personal opinion. You know, that given the degree of change that's happened there since 2008, I'll be amazed if this does not result in a finding that wetlands have been disturbed, that some wetlands were in this, and that we may find that some wetlands have been created. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Rich Birch has his hand up. I'll call on you after Rich
Madam
talks.
Chair, I did, so are we trying to limit the scope of work to just the delineation as it appears on the plan? And the applicant is arguing that the third party should not be reviewing the entire site to make sure that all wetlands on the site have been included in their ANRAD submittal? Is that what you're stipulating, Matt?
Yeah, well, I mean, the plain fact is the only thing we asked for was certification of the BBW line. If
Okay.
something
Are
else
you-
comes up for a resource area outside the ANRAD, the scope of what was requested on the ANRAD, that would be open for fair game under an NOI. It wouldn't be certified. So it would be subject to further review if an NOI is filed or subject to review under enforcement. But going outside the scope and, you know, going outside the area where the wetlands were certified and going into the woods and looking for other resource areas is outside the scope of what we had for what we requested for an ANRAD.
So, and maybe I don't grasp the entire understanding of an ANRAD. I thought that was to certify all wetlands on the property. And
No,
once
it's
an
only to
ANRAD
certify
has
what's
been approved
requested.
by the commission, we're stipulating that there are no other wetlands of jurisdiction on that property. Is that not correct?
No, that's not correct. Actually, you're only certifying what was requested. For example, the Mulpus Brook goes through this property, you know, on one of the ends of the property. We're not requesting a riverfront certification. That would have to be if he worked in the riverfront in the future, he would have to go out, have that shot, and either file another ANRAD for that, or it would be fair game under an NOI. So the only thing that would be certified would be just the line or the adjusted line if the reviewer finds more wetlands in the course of his review. What it would not do is it would not close out any other resource areas. So if any other resource areas are found during this that are not like bordering vegetated wetland, it doesn't negate them. It just would make them subject to further review under an NOI. It basically would just close out the review. So if he files an NOI and, you know, everybody agrees on a wetland line or a revised wetland line and an ORAD is issued on that wetland line, the ORAD, the wetland certified under the ORAD would not be subject to debate on a notice of intent. But if any other resource area were found and it's not covered under the ORAD, it's fair game under the NOI still. It doesn't eliminate it from consideration at all.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Bob, I'll call on you again.
Matt knows a lot more about this than I do. But what he just said doesn't make any sense to me. To me, we have a map of the entire site. We've been given a map of the entire site. Back in 2008, I'm sure Mr. Karen took and toured the entire site. When he submitted those wetlands, that wetlands delineation. And to me, if we take and we confirm, if we were just to get out our rubber stamp tonight and stamp it on the 2008 plan, we'd be saying that those are the wetlands. There are no others. I simply, Matt knows more about this than I do, but it makes no sense to me. What he's saying that, oh, we'd still be open, you know, to take in identify other wetlands on the property.
I can clarify that if you like, Madam Chair.
Okay, please do, Matt.
Okay. So here's a scenario. You almost try to think of it as like a determination, whereas if you lock something in a determination, it's done. The ANRAD's a little bit different. So say, for example, I gave a plan and an application that said, this was the bordering vegetated wetland that was certified back in 2008. It's being resubmitted. It's the applicant's contention that the wetland line hasn't changed. and they want the commission to consider it. The commission has a third-party reviewer that says, here, take this application, go out and look at the wetland line, see if you agree it's accurate. Well, if the third-party reviewer goes out in the wetland and doesn't agree with the line, or in the course of looking for his work, finds additional wetlands as a result of his search, then he would have to come back and work it out with the applicant saying, okay, you got a problem here. They would then go back on site. The applicant's consultant would work out, you know, the revisions in the line, or sometimes the third party goes with them and they wind up coming to agreement on a line. That line would then be taken back to the commission. The third party reviewer would say, this is what happened. This is what we did. These were the steps taken. This line is now accurate. Then you certify that as accurate. What the scope cannot include is for him to go out and say, oh, you got a riverfront there, and this is where I think the line is, certify it. We know there's a riverfront out there, but we haven't asked for the certification of that riverfront on the ANRAD, only the wetlands. So if he finds additional wetlands in the course of looking for it that are essentially, well, the ANRAD actually had isolated Lunenburg wetlands that were flagged and bordering vegetated wetlands. So that's what that person would look for. If they find additional wetlands or things have changed or other wetlands have been created in the areas where the wetlands were originally delineated, those lines would have to be adjusted and done by agreement. Now, if the applicant doesn't agree to it, the commission would issue an ORAD saying the delineation was not accurate, here are the differences. It's almost like denying an order of condition. It's similar, but kind of a different animal. Are you following me, or am I speaking a foreign tongue? Guys?
Can I read something from the MAC handbook?
Bob, you have the floor.
I'm reviewing a wetlands boundary under an ANRAD. It says the commission should carefully review the boundaries in the field, examine all portions of the site resource areas as the resource areas the applicant may have omitted. Depressions and intermittent streams should receive close attention, so on and so forth. So it says that we should, you know, basically we should look over the entire parcel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Bob.
And again, I'm not disagreeing with that. That is basically what I said. In the course of looking over the wetland delineation, if they find that the delineation omitted resource areas, so if I tie a flag out somewhere, or a bunch of them, but yet there's an intermittent stream flowing into it, and it's obvious that the wetland goes up another 50 feet on both sides, then that's what the third party is to identify. What I'm saying is, in the scope, it required the third party to go out and specifically look for vernal pools. Vernal pools are a completely different resource area than bordering or isolated wetland. We're not looking to omit anything. We're just simply asking for certification on a line. If he feels the line is wrong because there were areas that should have been encompassed in the flagging that weren't accounted for, that's one thing.
So it seems to me that the MACC handbook says that the entire parcel should be reviewed, or at least the parcel that's within the scope of work.
Well, that would be the entire parcel. I'm just saying, naming specific resource areas like vernal pools that aren't, we're not listing any vernal pools in there, and going out and looking for them like off the area where the delineation is being considered is kind of outside the scope of what the ANRAD was what was submitted. I mean, in the course
on
of
the
looking,
surface, it doesn't seem like it to me, because you know, a vernal pool can kind of be in any depression, and there could be a vernal pool out there in the woods where you know, it's proposed to put a house. And if it was omitted in the last delineation, this is our opportunity to understand that it's there now. And we would want to understand that it's there now before we would allow construction.
But we're not proposing any construction at this point. It's simply to certify a boundary. That's the different animal part of the ANRAD. And this is why I want to talk to Mr. Harris about the scope of work.
I don't have a problem with you talking to Mr. Harris. It doesn't sound like the commissioners have a problem with you talking to Mr. Harris. The scope of work, I think, will come back before the commission before we pull the trigger on that. So I'm comfortable there as well.
Absolutely no problem with that at all.
Okay. So is there any other questions or comments from the commissioners with regard to this? Or any other questions or comments with the applicant with regards to this?
This is Kevin O'Brien again. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. You don't have a problem and the board doesn't have a problem with us talking to Mr. Harris. That would be Matt and I talking to Mr. Harris.
Correct.
Then we will come back. We will, he will, someone will, maybe Sophie. We'll come back to you at the next meeting, which we will be part of, and report what we discussed. If we decide that we're going to get some other bids for, if it's decided with Rich Harris that we can get some other bids, and clarify what we're looking for, as Matt was saying, not the vernal pools. I want to make sure that we're all on that same page. And just so it's understood, I understand that if somebody goes out there, the third party goes out there, they have to look at the whole property. We all, I know that for a fact, okay? What Matt's saying is the vernal pools, if there's a vernal pool in the middle of that property, there's a vernal pool in the middle of that property, they're gonna see it, but that's, you know, and they're gonna have to report that to you and us. The riverfront, as Matt was saying, we're not even gonna be doing anything down there. And we're just trying to establish the line. I know for a fact that we have to come back with anything I decide to do out there, construction wise. We don't have a plan. We're just trying to get the line set now so we can start working on what we're gonna do out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Rich, you have your hand raised. I'll call on you.
I didn't. I think Mr. O'Brien did allude to the fact that even once the ANRAD's been approved and the lines have been certified, they still have to file at a minimum an RDA for any work that takes place in that wetland or any other wetlands that are found on site. Is that correct, Matt?
Absolutely. That's exactly what I was saying.
Okay.
And that's exactly what I'm saying too, Rich.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just following along on the state's website and the logic here. So, and you'd still have to file under the local bylaw, which does include vernal pools as resource areas as well. We do have other resource areas that we have jurisdiction over that is larger than the list that the state currently has. So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page as far as you have to file even after the line's been delineated or certified. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rich. Okay, I think what I'm looking for now is a motion to continue this to the next hearing, which is February 21st.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Rich and a second by Chris St. Germain. Roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer.
Jenny can't vote
Oh, Jenny can't vote. That's right.
on any of the continued public hearings.
That's right. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you for reminding me of that. I actually
Sorry.
mentioned that to Jenny the other day, but kind of got on a roll here. But thank you for reminding me. Okay, this is unanimous vote to continue this to February 21st.
Thank you very much. See you on the 21st.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, guys.
And
And
All right,
to
thank you.
and to Jenny and Mr. St. Germain, I haven't met you yet. You're new, so to me anyway. Welcome aboard. They're a great group. You'll have fun.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Okay, thank
Good night,
you.
Matt.
Good night. We have a request on the floor for Lake Shirley Improvement Corporation's annual report to go next. Does anybody have an issue with that? They actually have a hard stop that is driving them to make this request of the commission. And I'm not seeing anybody raising a hand and wanting to go in a different order, so we will take this on next with the Lake Shirley Improvement Corp annual report. Who do we have? Who do we have on the call representing Lake Shirley?
Myself, Joanna Bellata, and the two consultants that are on are Dominic Marigold from Solitude and Wendy Genrin from Aquatic Restoration Consultants. They are our two people that run our program, chemical treatment water management program down at Lake Shirley. Bob, thanks for the thumbs up. I always appreciate your support. Glad to see you all again. It's been almost a year, so good to see you all. Wendy's going to give a presentation just of everything we did this summer, what we're going to be asking for going forward, and also I think an extension of our existing conditions. But Dominic has another community he has to present to this evening, so he had the hard stop. So I'm going to let them get to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joanna.
Great. Thank you. My name is Wendy Gendron, and I run Aquatic Restoration Consultant. Been working with LSIC and working to make sure that they maintain compliance with their existing order of conditions and assure as a third-party reviewer of the lake management activities to ensure there's minimal or to no impact on non-target organisms associated with their lake management activities. So if you don't mind, may I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Great. So hopefully you can see this title page.
I can, yes.
Excellent. All right, so one of the first activities that LSIC does for managing aquatic vegetation is their drawdown. They do a winter water level drawdown when they have permission to draw the lake down about 6 feet in order to freeze the roots and kind of kill off a lot of the nuisance vegetation that are in the shallow zones. Unfortunately, the drawdown wasn't that successful this past year, and that is because it relies heavily on weather. During the past winter, we had some really warm temperatures, especially in November and December, and we even had some 40-degree days in January. And these are the months that are that and February are the very, very critical months to achieve that freezing and killing off of vegetation. In addition to that, we had above average rainfall, which further complicated it, and we did not achieve the 6-foot drawdown. In fact, the maximum we achieved was about 5.4 feet in December, but with incoming rains in January, the average drawdown during those really cold months was only about 1/2 foot. The good news is there was no fish kills reported to the drawdown period. And I don't think we've ever really had a fish kill during the drawdown period, but it is a concern from the state fisheries folks. Refill was completed early. We tried to refill by the mid of April, and it was completely full by March 12th. So from that standpoint, it wasn't a successful year for the vegetation control, which you'll see in the data coming up. But certainly we've met all the compliance criteria for the order of conditions. We monitor, mostly volunteers monitor the water quality within the lake throughout the year. This graphic is just a showing of the Secchi disk transparency or the water clarity. And one of the conditions in the order is that if the Secchi disk transparency or water clarity is less than 5 feet, meaning the water clarity is poor, then we start testing for phytoplankton. And the idea is that we would identify a potential noxious cyanobacteria bloom before it gets too aggressive to treat and become a human health issue for contact recreation. The good news is whilst we had some dates with lower Secchi disk transparency, we still maintained the 5-foot threshold. But you'll see later that the LSIC still went ahead and did some phytoplankton data sampling. That's pretty interesting. And if anyone has any questions, I can't see the people. So if someone just verbally interrupts me, I'm completely fine with that. This is just a different graphic of the Secchi disk transparency, and I won't go over how to read a box and whisker plot. I do have that information in the report, but I wanted to take a look at what's going on with the Secchi disk over the different years. So I've plotted the Secchi disk for the last 4 years, the average by each of the different basins, the upper north, the north basin, and the south basin. And typically for those that might be new to the lake data, the north basin, upper north basin has generally poorer water quality than the other two. And we believe that that's because the main tributary comes into the north basin first. So this is the first impacted basin of the lake itself. So it generally results in poorer water clarity and higher phosphorus and higher turbidity than some of the other basins. So if you just draw your attention to the line that goes across the different boxes, that is the average Secchi disk. So you can see there is some variability in the data, and 2023 was still within the range of the last 4 years, but it was certainly lower than 2022. We look at oxygen and temperature of the lake. These are plots that show the temperature in Celsius. So these are the blue lines here with water depth. So at the top, that's at the surface. And as you go deeper, we're getting down, we're sampling all the way down to 9 feet. Over here in the red and the oranges, that is the dissolved oxygen. And for life, aquatic life, there's generally a threshold of 5, actually it's a state standard, of 5 milligrams per liter for warm water fishery to support the organisms in the water. So you can see through the different dates that, and the different colors are the different basins here, 1, 2, and 3. You can see that we maintained good oxygen levels for at the surface and the majority of the lake depth, except for near the bottom in early August. And these levels are below the state standard, but they are still typical of a lake with deeper depth. So what that just means is that you're not going to be finding fish hanging out at that bottom area for any extended period of time. While they like the colder temperatures, the lack of oxygen will not be attractive to them. Also, when the oxygen drops really low, less than like 2 milligrams per liter, you can actually cause phosphorus to be released from the sediment, and that would fuel algal blooms. So we do always watch for that concern. These data look very similar to prior years, so I'm not concerned with that. Although overall, I believe that the lake temperatures at the surface have increased over time because I've seen that in other lakes, and lakes that haven't been having cyanobacteria or blue-green algal blooms are now blooming, and that is because the organisms like warmer temperatures. And so we're concerned with this overall for not just Lake Shirley, but just limnologists in general are concerned about warming lake temperatures. Moving on to the nutrients, again, I keep talking about phosphorus, and the reason why I talk about phosphorus is because that is the nutrient and the limiting supply. So that means that if you limit phosphorus, you could potentially limit the growth of algae. So that's why limnologists always want to target phosphorus as the control mechanism. Phosphorus values about 0.020 milligrams per liter or 20 micrograms per liter are enough to support blue-green algal blooms and other species of algae. So we look at that, and we try to keep phosphorus concentrations below that level. For this past year, surface values were below that level for all 3 basins, although it's getting up there in the North Basin, the upper North Basin. And then at the bottom, this is not unusual to have higher values at the bottom. Number 1, like I mentioned before, in the lack of oxygen, sediment seems to release phosphorus, and it has to do with chemistry with iron, and I'm more than happy to go through that at some other point, but probably too much information for tonight. But also you have resuspension of sediment, and that resuspension of sediment is usually bound phosphorus, but it also can be available for algal blooms. Nitrogen levels were moderate to slightly elevated at the bottom. We don't talk a lot about nitrogen when we talk about cyanobacteria, because cyanobacteria can essentially strip nitrogen out of the atmosphere. So it's not a limiting nutrient, meaning that no matter what levels you get in their lake water, it can probably find enough nitrogen in the atmosphere to fix and use for growth. We don't want to go backwards. So like I mentioned, LSIC did collect some phytoplankton samples, and you can see on this graph, this is the density or number of cells per milliliter of water in the upper, middle, and lower. They sampled it on 2 different dates. You can see that July, there was a heck of a lot less algae overall in the lake. And then in August, you started to see a creep. The lower basin, believe it or not, had the highest volume or density of algae, and the majority of it was cyanobacteria, blue-green algae. Again, we're very concerned about this particular genera of or family of algae. But what we did see on this date is the counts were, although they were elevated, they were still lower than the value which we would consider treatment. So our treatment threshold is about 20,000 cells per milliliter. And just to give you a frame of reference, what the state considers a threshold in which to close a beach or anything like that to prevent contact recreation, because they're really concerned about human health, is about 70,000 cells per milliliter. So we were pretty safe this year. We really didn't have any issues. But again, we always like to watch those numbers because it is concerning. So what happened with the plants? We overall saw a net decrease in the species richness. Now, this isn't necessarily a good news. So what that means is the diversity of the plants was less than it has been. And looking through those data, what we found is that there were 4 species of native pondweeds that were not observed this year and that were observed in the past. Also, water marigold and macroalga was also not observed. That doesn't mean they don't exist. It just means that we didn't see them at the points in which we monitor. And we monitor 66 fixed points every single year, so we have some standardization for that. Doesn't mean that just on the other side of the boat or a few feet away that those plants exist, but this is where we didn't see them. Of the 4 species of native pondweeds, they were largely flat stem, grassy, and thin leaf. And what's interesting about them is those plants were not very abundant in the past anyway. So of those 66 locations, when they were observed in the past 5 years, they were represented less than 6% of the time. So it's not, if we noticed that they were present in, 20% of the sites and we only saw them on 1 site, that's something to be concerned about. But the fact that they were low representation in the beginning and they were again low this year doesn't concern me, but it'll be something we continue to watch. The 2 species we always watch are Robbins pondweed and coontail. And the reason why we watch those is those were the 2 native species that we kind of seen a significant drop off when we started doing some active management. We can't necessarily attribute the loss of those species or the reduction of their frequency of being observed to the treatments, because there's other factors that play into it, like competition with the plants we're trying to avoid or control. Those species can be overtaking the same habitat and causing this decrease. But what we have done is when Dom and his group does the pre-survey, we mark those areas where Robbins pondweed and coontail were observed, and we said, don't treat that area just in case they are susceptible to herbicide treatment. Let's not do that. The drawdown is fixed, so if they occur in the drawdown zone, there's no way to protect them against the drawdown. But those 2 species generally can withstand some herbicide treatment. So we're not really sure why they're kind of been decreasing, but again, we're trying to avoid areas trying to avoid those areas when we formulate our treatment plan, just in case it happens to be associated with the treatments. the community this past year was really dominated by European naiad and fanwort. And those two species can certainly outcompete Robbins pondweed, coontail, and even some of those native pondweeds that I mentioned before. Fanwort was observed at 38% more frequently than in 2022, and it was the highest abundance since 2019. So that is concerning. Even though we've taken steps to treat fanwort with one of the newer herbicides in our toolbox, it has really still outcompeted a lot and still continues to spread. Invasive naiad also increased. It increased to 61% over last year. So these two species were really driving some of the numbers and probably are responsible for the lack of some of the diversity that we've seen in the past. There's also two native species that were also very common. And these species, tape grass, wild celery, it's just, depending on who you talk to, they give it a different common name, and bladderwort. Those two can still be nuisance even though they're native. So we watch those, and between those four species, fanwort, European naiad, tape grass, and bladderwort, they really dominated the plant community this past year. So that's a pretty sad message. Here, this graphic shows the richness, which is basically the species, number of species we've encountered over time. Here's the different surveys, the richness data with all data. And then if we remove the target species, those ones that we're trying to control, because we don't necessarily care if we see a reduction in them, because that's actually our target. That's what these data represent. And then these orange and yellow lines show the density, or the cover, how much of plants are observed on a ranking scale of 0 to 4, 0 being no plants, 1 being about 25% coverage, 2 being up to 50%, and so on and so forth. What you can see is, as we lost richness, we gained cover and biovolume of plants. And I really believe that is attributed to naiad and fanwort. So it's unfortunately that we haven't been so successful in controlling these target non-native species to the point where they're not impacting the natives, because they are still impacting the plant community, even with treatments. Here, I'm going to turn it over to Dom so he can tell you a little bit about the herbicide treatment, what they did, and what the plan is for next year. But I will pause here for any questions for me before Dom starts.
Sounds like
I don't
everybody's good. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't have any questions, and I don't
Okay.
see any hands raised from members of the commission. So please proceed. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Again, my name's Don.
Hang on
Oh,
just
sorry.
a minute. Mike
Okay.
LaRouche just raised his hand. Mike, I'll give you the floor.
Sorry, you're very quick. Thank you. I just wanted to know, does Lake Shirley have any invasive removal programs in mind, or do you deal with your invasive removals only through herbicides, or is there any other active program trying to stay ahead of the invasive issues in Lake Shirley?
So I'll start, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dom, because Dom has a long history of management in this lake. What I will say is, at this time, we are not doing anything specific like hand pulling or anything like that. However, if we saw a new introduction of a species we haven't seen before, we would certainly recommend, or I would certainly recommend, getting out there and doing some aggressive management actions against that. That's not necessarily a drawdown and not necessarily an herbicide treatment. Maybe it's a small patch of something new at the boat launch, the public launch area, that we would get aggressive on treating that, whatever mechanism would be appropriate for that particular species, as soon as possible, to make sure it doesn't get spread lake-wide. Dom, do you want to answer more?
No, I think
on
that was a great answer. Yeah. I think a lot of the invasive species are pretty widespread. I think would be difficult at this point to manage them with non-herbicide techniques. But as Wendy said, it would certainly be something we can look at in the future if there was a new introduction of a different invasive species. But yeah, just to briefly go over the treatment this year. We did a similar survey to what Wendy does in the fall at the 66 data points. We collect that data. This year we did it in mid-June, and we evaluate that data based on our management criteria, and we presented a plan to the commission. At that time we had proposed to do a treatment of 34.5 acres of the lake. And then between doing the survey, preparing the plan, going in front of both commissions, the Lunenburg and Shirley Commission, we didn't actually get out to do the treatment until about a month later, mid-July, and that is prime growing season for many of these plants. So we saw a much increased incidence of high biomass areas, up in the upper half of the water column. So, we actually did end up treating 56.5 acres of the lake, which is still substantially, at the lake itself is, I believe, 350 some odd acres. So we're still treating a very relatively small portion of the lake, but we, compared to the previous year, 2022, where we did 62 acres, so slightly less. One thing I will note, we did the survey about 3 weeks earlier than we had in the past to allow time for preparation of the plan and visiting the Conservation Commission. So I think that certainly impacted what we had data on and what we ended up seeing on the day of the treatment. As Wendy mentioned, we do exclude areas that have either limited use, wooded shorelines, or areas that have the two conservation species, the robin's pondweed and coontail. So we did carry out the treatment on July 11th, about a month after the survey. We used the Tribune, mostly the Tribune herbicide, Diquat herbicide, as well as some Nautique copper herbicide, which we use in areas of tape grass growth. And again, there was no adverse effects on fish that were observed. So again, I think the treatment in the treatment areas that we did do was successful. However, later in the season, we saw a tremendous increase in tape grass, spiny naiad, an invasive species that was not present at all in the middle of June, which is typical, as well as fanwort. And I think, as Wendy had talked about the drawdown, I think we're seeing less and less benefit from the drawdown because of climate change on the fanwort. So I think that's something that we'll need to spend more time on, more focus on in the future. So do the next slide. Yep, thank you. So for our plan moving forward, we will continue to do the water level drawdown, hoping for cold winters, which probably will become less and less frequent, unfortunately. We continue the water quality monitoring program, which is primarily conducted by volunteers from the Lake Association. We also will follow the same kind of pattern for the herbicide treatments. We do sometimes do an early season survey to monitor for early season plants like curly-leaf pondweed and milfoil, which has been relatively non-existent in Lake Shirley for some time, and the curly-leaf pondweed as well has been relatively sparse, so we haven't needed to initiate any kind of early season treatment. So we're primarily doing a mid-season treatment in June, collecting the data, again, targeting wild celery, tape grass, naiad, milfoil, excessive native pondweeds and native plants that are, impairing, or have excessive growth greater than 50% of the bottom and 50% of the water column. We also, again, we'll look to do try to adjust a little bit. Go back to doing the survey in late June instead of mid-June, just so we can try to catch the plants a little bit later on in the growth stage and try to catch some of those higher biomass and some of the later emerging plants like spiny naiad. And additionally, I think we also would try to incorporate the previous fall survey. Now, this is something new. Look at the previous fall survey data to see where we had problematic areas pop up after the management and try to incorporate that data into developing our treatment plan for the current year. Again, with the fan wart, we had used flumioxazin herbicide in the past to do some what we call test or pilot treatments in a couple of the cove areas. So we'll look to expand that use in order to kind of counteract the disappointing control with the drawdown. And obviously continued water quality monitoring will always be ready to initiate algicide treatment if we start to see those cyanobacteria creep up. So yeah, that's about it. Just the last point here is, the order of conditions from the commission is due to expire soon. So we are also requesting that the commission consider and approve another 3-year extension of that order of conditions to allow us to continue the management. So yeah, as mentioned, I do have a hard stop very soon to go to another town Zoom meeting for another project, but I'm happy to stay on here for a few minutes to help answer any questions folks may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have in this presentation the existing conditions that we're asking to be extended? And I don't have them right in front of me. I don't have them in the folder.
Not in the presentation, but I did send a letter request to the commission. Sophia, if you can help me out here. Let me see if I can pull it up.
I'm gonna look with you.
And while we're doing that background look, Joanna, you had your hand raised.
I did. Dominic, oh, can I move a video? Okay. Dominic, years ago, I know when we started this treatment program back in 2008, we would go in June, you would do your survey, we'd go at the end of June, and we would have the layout for the summer. What Dominic kind of hinted to is now Lunenburg is asking that we go in the middle of July, which is tough for Dominic, who's out treating the 300 ponds he has in those 2 months, because that's their season to go. But now we have to come and kind of give a map of, which Dominic always provided a map, but now we talk about the map and we actually come in and do a whole presentation again to get approval to do the treatment, which isn't so difficult if it's one community, but surely they adopted their own order of conditions and then they added your order of conditions as well. So the first year when Wendy and I showed up, they were like, why are you here? And we're like, because you adopted Lunenburg's, and now we have to come because we never presented to them. We got the plan in the beginning of when we presented the pre-survey, and we knew exactly what our summer season was going to be. We did still give a map of treatment areas. We forwarded that all to, at the time, Matt Morrow. We sent we advertised in the newspaper. We did all the legwork we had to do. We just didn't have to meet with the 2 conservations in July. So that's where we're coming into a problem is we would always do the survey and treat like the second week in July. But by the time we could get on your schedule, Shirley's schedule, we're not treating until the last week of July, first week of August, where everything is at its highest. So I didn't know if that was something we could kind of talk about. And Dominic, if I'm on off my rocker, please tell me.
No, you're right. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to leave in a minute, but I'll quickly just so I mean, I think part of the issue I think Joanna's hinting at is the timing. So in order to get everything put together, get the data, put a plan together,
What's
schedule the
driving the
meeting.
July date, right? I get that there are some things, but what is gating you being able to do it in June, let's say?
Well, I think the biggest issue is that we now are subject to kind of collecting data, and that has to meet specific criteria. And when we have to go out and collect that early, we're not seeing kind of the cover in biomass apparent earlier in the season that we know is going to be experienced later in the season. So I think by having to do the survey earlier, I think we're not able to really get representative data of what the conditions are going to be like later in the summer in July and August. And I think we have to do the survey about a month before the planned treatment because of the kind of the timeline. So I think if we were able to do the survey about 2 weeks or so before the treatment, we could do the survey kind of at the end of June or even early July and still kind of do the treatment in mid-July would be better. I'm sorry to kind of leave mid sentence there, but I do need to get going. So thank you. I guess if there's any really outstanding questions, if Wendy, if you just kind of collect questions and let me know, and I can respond to those in writing later on. But thank you, folks.
Thanks, Dominic.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll open the floor to members of the commission that want to ask questions. And while my fellow commissioners are working on overcoming their shyness, I think I would want to know what data they're collecting, right? That they have to turn around a plan, I guess, in 2 weeks' time. Maybe if I understood better, like what the data was, right, or how they did their modeling, and maybe their decision tree a little bit, then maybe I could work with the commissioners about managing the constraints a different way. But I'm not, me as one commissioner, I would be concerned about not having you guys come back to us again before you did treatment, because I do think that's something that we would be very interested in closely monitoring and having a really clear and unambiguous execution plan on. I don't know how other commissioners feel about that. Certainly chime in. Yeah, so Wendy, maybe take that back to Dominic. There are a lot of different ways that in a scientific model, we can set up a decision tree. Maybe we could consider looking at the decision tree and the various case statements, right? Say, okay, there are 3 different or 4 different or 5 different scenarios. And on these, this set of conditions, we do case 1. On this set of conditions, we execute on, say, case 3. And then maybe it's just a notification of what the case, the conditions and the data say what case you're doing. That's maybe part of a pre-approved plan. I mean, I would be willing to undertake that dialogue with the commission here. And Wendy, I do see that your hand is raised.
Yeah, so I can tell you a little bit about what, if you're okay listening now, I can tell you a little bit of what they do with the information. So they go out to those same 66 points and they survey and they collect the plant species, the relative density, and they're more focused on the plants that they're going to treat. And the way the order of conditions is written is they'll base their treatment based on that year's worth of data. And like Dom said, there's some plants that do not show up until later in the season, like the European Naiad. So they're not going to appear on their survey. So they may not treat that. So once they collect those data, they go back to the office and they draw maps using GIS, and they take those raw data and then map out areas where they plan to treat based on the relative density of each plant. So there's the field folks effort, and I'm sure it's not the same person doing all this data, and then they go data crunch. And mind you that they're doing this for I don't know how many lakes across the state. I know that's not your problem, but that's what they're doing. And then they have to schedule a time with 2 towns to meet. I think if they could submit their report and get approval without having to appear in a hearing, because Lunenburg's schedule is different from Shirley. And if Shirley doesn't have a quorum or can't get on the agenda, like these things delay treatment. And the same thing with Lunenburg. If you guys generally always have a quorum, but if there's something that they can't get on the agenda, or that night that they're busy doing something that they can't appear, like those little scheduling things really put a wrench in the works. So it'd be nice, and I don't know if you can do it, but I mean, that's your decision. If he can submit a report and you can approve the report without having to appear at a hearing. I don't know if that's possible, but I think that might save him some time. And I will bring that question back to Dom to see, and maybe it's a conversation that we have to have again. Over.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're going to have to kind of, in my opinion, again, just being one commissioner. So just submitting us a report and having each of the commissioners, we can't have a hearing outside of a meeting. That's not allowed by state law. What we could do is have a hearing. I mean, I see this as a possibility, is have a hearing that says under a certain set of conditions, then we are permitting, for case 1, if this is the circumstance, we would permit execution on plan, A. For case 2, we could pre-approve execution on plan B. I could see that being a scenario, but I don't see how just waiting until you guys have all the data and everything crunched, and then it sort of seems a little bit like a blank check. But I don't know, Jeff, Rich, have you guys seen any requests like this before? What's the case history on this, Bob?
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Jeff. Yeah, unfortunately, when you're trying to collect all this data and then try to do the treatment, and there's unfortunately just not enough time in the year, and the plant growth just kind of gets out of control to the point where you have to treat more weeds now. So, I mean, we're just kind of stricken by the regulations of the law. I mean, I think we tried to pass it as the administrator could say that it's okay to do the treatment. I think that would be the only suggestion that we could go to at this point, but I think that means that the order conditions needs to change. But I would be supportive of that if that is one of the avenues that we can go down, is just have the administrator look over the data, and then they can execute the plan. So that would be my suggestion. But
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Bob, you had a comment?
Well, just in the past, what we've said is, we said that in the case of, blue-green algae, cyano, the cyanophyta, that, for that, they could just take and run it by the administrator, and the administrator could approve treatment, because that's, a public health, issue. I mean, I think if there's something we can do, where, they don't have to submit it, so many days before a before a meeting or something like that. I'm more than willing to cut down on that. But I do think that before they do a treatment plan, that it should be reviewed by the commission.
Thank you, Bob. Rich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't have a problem trying to close up the window to make it a little bit tighter. I do think, and as one of the people that did push for a lot of the pre-testing reporting in the order of conditions, that we should be reviewing it prior to application of the pesticides into the lake. And it's not necessarily just based on that one treatment report. It's also based on prior years' reports and testing and what's been found later on in the year. So it's not based solely on that one report, but it is part of the decision-making process every year. So it's definitely not a survey that we want to stop doing, but I don't have any problem with trying to close up the window. We do have a pretty active committee, so we generally don't have any problems with having quorum so that we can meet to get into their time window.
Thank you for that. If we don't have other questions or comments from, actually, I'm not going to go to public comment yet. Sophie, you did find the letter. What were the conditions that the applicant was asking to extend?
The letter that was, I found the letter that was just showed. It was just up being screen shared, but yeah, that one.
So are the orders what's listed at the bottom?
There should
Are
be
those the
second
conditions?
page.
Madam Chair, may I jump in? It's just I didn't include the existing order of conditions. It's referencing the existing order and just
Oh, okay. I
extending
misunderstood
them.
what you were saying. Yeah, that's
Sorry.
okay. Yeah. No, I wondered if you had made our job easy for us and actually given us back those
I could do that. I got a file of it. I could do that right now.
that would be great. Yeah, if you could send that over to Sophie, I would appreciate it.
I will do that right after I get off the phone. There they
Okay.
are.
Yeah, okay. Let's look and see what we have. It's a 5-year order of conditions, okay.
They're quite lengthy.
Yeah, okay. So I think I may want to read those offline before making a decision to extend. Just I'm certain whatever we did before would be fine. I just may have questions about it that I might want to. I don't want to miss my opportunity to ask questions about it. Again, I facilitate the meetings, but I'm not. I'm only one vote. Rich, yes, please.
I believe as long as the request was while the order of conditions are active, we can act on them in perpetuity. And it does need to be listed on the agenda for the extension.
As a hearing, yeah. So we would need to actually put it on not just a report, but actually an application to extend. So it would come under an extension request permit?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Okay.
think it's Form 7. There is
Okay.
an extension. The request is in writing as long as it's prior to the expiration of the order of conditions, and we can act on it. So as long as we have it listed on our
when
next
does-
agenda and everybody's in favor of extending it.
When does this expire, Sophie? What was on there?
October.
I'm looking right. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't. It's hard for me to jump back and forth from the.
Yeah, it doesn't expire, I don't think, till fall.
Fall of 2027.
The reason why I'm asking so early is if you didn't extend it, we would have to go through the NOI process, which would take quite some time.
Okay. But is that also consistent with your understanding, Wendy, that it's the fall of 2027 that it expires?
I think
let me
it's
just jump
24,
back.
5 years. And
24.
this was approved in 2019.
Okay. So
Correct.
the request would I'm sorry, the request would bring it to the extension of fall 2027. Right now it's October 2024.
Okay. Okay. So I think that's we need to follow Rich's advice. And the letter itself is a formal request for extension to those that order of conditions. So we already have that request.
I did receive it, yes.
Okay. Bob, you have your hand up?
I'll just say, I agree with Rich, you know, they need to file a formal request, we need to put it on the agenda. And I just wanted to say I'd be in favor of such an extension. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So
the
I'm
only-
sorry. Oh, go ahead, Rich.
I'm sorry, the only change would be the state request for extension, it only allows for 3 years. So we can't extend it 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Nope, yeah, thank you. Okay, Sophie and Wendy, are you guys clear on next steps?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
The only thing, I don't know if it's a bylaw in the town, but according to the state that a hearing is not required, but I don't mind coming back. It's not a big deal. We got plenty of time, so that's fine.
okay. Joanna, you had your hand raised?
I just want to clarify, Wendy's already sent the letter back in January for the extension. Does she need to send another one?
Yeah, I have it.
Oh, okay,
Um,
perfect. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have to send an additional one.
No, I don't think so.
I think
Perfect.
we
Is
just
that-
have to get it scheduled on the agenda under the extension request
Perfect.
and advertised as such.
I don't think it's a public hearing, but
It's not a public hearing. I think it just might have been put under the wrong section on the agenda.
Yeah, I think so. I think, well, we had the report, but in addition to the report was the extension request. And so it should probably have been in both places. So that anybody who had a concern about it, members of the public or whatnot, would have an opportunity to weigh in. Okay. I think we can move on then. All right, I think we'll go back to the agenda.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And I appreciate everybody else's patience on the call. Okay, that's a word wrap. Okay, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a notice of intent by Stephen McSweeney for the construction of a single-family home and associated site work at 255 Sunny Hill Road. Do we have Mr. McSweeney or his representatives here on the call tonight? And okay, I see Bob Pease with his hand raised. Yes, Bob?
I believe the last we heard from them is they said that they have a running disagreement with the DEP about the DEP wants them to consider land that's not under their control and do an analysis of land not under their control, and they have this running disagreement, and they said last we heard from them is they said that until they get a DEP number, they won't be back. And, please continue until we get a DEP number. So it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, that, until we see we got a DEP number, we're just going to keep continuing this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think that's consistent with what I recall as well, Bob. Thank you for that. Do any commissioners have other requests or comments about this particular hearing? So this is also one where we had requested to go on a site walk with the wetland scientist, and that has also not happened. So when they do come back, that's something that I would be looking for them to you know, schedule with us. Okay, if we don't have any questions or comments from commissioners, I do see that we have a member of the public with his hand raised. I'll call on Ken Patton. Thank you, Ken.
Madam Chair, can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
I just have some information that I wanted to point out about the wetlands delineation, and without the contractor on present, would it be appropriate for me to comment on that?
It's appropriate for you to comment. The contractor had a choice about whether to be present or not. So, okay, hang on. But before we go with that, I'll ask for Bob's opinion. He has his hand raised.
Well, are we gonna open the public hearing, or are we not gonna open the public hearing? If we're gonna take the contractor, the reason I made that statement I made before is the contractor made a request to continue, and so it's my understanding that we have an active request to continue. And so are we gonna open the public hearing in spite of that? I'm not saying that I have any expertise on this, Mary. I'm just expressing that concern. Thank you.
I think it's a valid question, right? To be honest with you. So by reading the script and having this on the agenda, I was of the impression that opened the hearing, but I certainly am one of the novices in the room when it comes to the point of order. Rich, do you have advice for us on this? I think you've ridden around the block more than a few.
I guess my opinion would be that you are correct that the hearing is opened. We do have a request to continue it by the applicant, but it is in your purview to accept any public comment if you see fit.
Thank you for that, Rich. I see that Greg has his hand raised. Greg, I'll call on you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I raised my hand accidentally, but I just point out to the commission that the agenda also, at least my copy of the agenda says that it's continued until February 21st.
Ah, you're right. It does. I had kind of, my eyes had gone down to the next one, so I didn't see that. So I think then we cannot accept public comment on this. Thank you for pointing that out, Greg. I appreciate it. So Ken, I think I'm going to have to defer your comment to February 21st.
I accept that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I since I have opened the hearing, even though it said it was continued to February 21st, I think we now need to motion to continue it and vote on that.
So moved. Mike?
Thank you,
Second.
Mike. Thank you. Chris, roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Birsch.
We can't open it, Madam Chair.
Oh, we can't because it was not.
No.
Okay,
Yes,
so
because
it's
everybody at
not
the
officially
last
open.
meeting was told it was, if the agenda is correct at the last meeting, everyone was told that it was continued to the 21st, so it's just an error on the agenda, but we can't open if it was continued to the 21st.
Okay. So we will consider this unopened and continue to February 21st.
So Madam Chair, we're unmoving this?
We're unmoving this, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We are educating ourselves on the correct points of order. Okay. Well, then we will move along to the next one. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a notice of intent by Steve Powell for the construction of a single family and associated site work at 171 Arbor Street, DEP number 208-1308. Do we have Steve Antor, his representative, on the call here tonight? I am not seeing anyone raising their hand, or nor am I hearing anyone. Bob Pease?
Well, I'm astounded. This is the second meeting. We received something back from the DEP, or actually we received something back from the applicant's engineer saying that they had reduced the number of lots down to 3 from 4 because of the turtle habitat. And I had expected it would, so it was a revised plan. We got emailed to us, and
Who
I
did
was
that come from? I thought I'd seen it, but then I didn't see it when I went and tried to search for it, and it's not in the Google Drive.
Well, I
So
remember seeing it in the email, and so I was astounded that at the next meeting that there was no one from McCarty there, and now I'm astounded again at this meeting that there's no one from McCarty here tonight. And so my suggestion is that I make a motion to continue and that we ask our conservation administrator to reach out to McCarty Engineering and ask them what's up.
I think that's a great suggestion.
I move
So we have a
continue to-
motion on the floor to what's the continuance to? Bob? February 21st? Okay.
So moved, Mike?
Second, Rich.
Okay. I think that's a, yeah, I think that's a reasonable suggestion. So we'll do a roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain.
Aye.
We're not calling on Jenny because she hasn't been present for the previous ones. And I for myself. Sophie, so you have that action then.
Yep, I'll get on that and reach out to them, see if they can attend the next meeting.
Yeah, and then we also need to confirm the status of the drawings and ensure that you have all the current drawings, latest
I
plans.
do have all those, and I just right now I'm looking right at them in the drive.
In the Google Drive.
Correct.
Or in the SharePoint Drive.
In the Google Drive.
Why did I not see him? Anyway, we'll take that offline.
Yeah.
Okay, moving along. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a request for determination by Timrick Realty Trust for construction of a single-family home and septic tank at 20 Kilburn Street, Lot 1. Do we have Timrick Realty and or their representatives here on the call tonight?
Madam Chair, Greg Roy with Dolson Roy. I am representing the applicant this evening.
Thank you, Greg. You want to reorient us on where we are with this
You bet.
project request?
You bet. Would it be appropriate to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Bear with me. Okay. How's that? A little small, I know. I'll blow it up here in a second.
Well, we can see it.
Okay.
There we go.
I wanted to start by saying that with a word of apology to the commission, and also I know there's some interest with residents. We have asked for continuations on this for the last 2 or 3 hearings, and I really hope that didn't waste anybody's time. We were also waiting for DP numbers on not this filing that we're doing right now, which is an RDA, but the next 2, which are related projects. So I did want to apologize if folks had come and sat through meetings only to see that we were continuing. I apologize. But we're here this evening to talk about really 3 lots. I'll proceed with lot 1 at the moment. And just by way of orientation, a month or so ago, we had submitted an overall plan, actually at the request of DEP, showing all 3 of the lots in relationship to the entire property. The entire property is fairly oddly shaped and of significant size. Lot 1 is located right up here on the adjacent and with frontage accessing off of Leominster Road. And zooming in on the actual site plan, there is an existing driveway that cuts through the lot that is in place today, which services 2 homes, I believe, further up on the hill. We are proposing a new house and driveway on lot 1 and a septic system on the opposite side of the existing driveway. The buffer zone for from the wetland system is this heavier dashed line right here. And we're proposing really a limited amount of work. For the septic grading, we're only proposing a very limited amount of work in the outer portion of the buffer zone. And then for the driveway portion, this would be the erosion control barrier that we're proposing. So it's really a very small, relatively speaking, small amount of area located outside of the 50-foot zone in the outer limits of the 100-foot buffer zone, which is why we dared to file this one as an RDA. There wasn't any direct resource area impact on the bordering vegetated wetlands. When we opened the meeting a few months back, there was a couple of comments raised relative to this filing. And we did submit revised plans, I think last week or the week before that, that addressed those concerns. And I wanted to be as brief as possible tonight, Madam Chair and members of the commission, just because I know it's been a little bit long here and I don't want to belabor any points, but if I go too quickly, please feel free to stop me. One of the things, or some of the things changes we made to the plan had to do with comments that came from the Board of Health as part of their review of the plan. So the first 7 bullets that we have in the letter that we submitted to you, the cover letter, I'm not sure if you have this in front of you, but it was dated January 24th from my office, relate to what we made, the plan changes we made relative to the Board of Health. And I won't go through those in detail. Those were just making sure we're documenting compliance with Title V and local Board of Health regulations. Not anything significant. Nothing changed the layout or location of any of the components of the leaching system. It was really just adding some more detail on the plan to satisfy those requirements. We also had a few comments that were raised as part of this process 2 months ago as part of the opening hearing comments. The first thing was, I think one of the abutters noted that there was some catch basins that had been installed in Leominster Road and indeed exist today. We actually went out with a survey crew and located those catch basins. There is a catch basin located here in the existing driveway, but there's also one located right here in Leominster Road, adjacent to the pavement. We actually shifted the driveway slightly so that we would make sure we weren't interfering with the flow of that catch basin. So we would be, it was an excellent comment that was raised. And we'll be maintaining that gutter line right down here into that catch basin with the new driveway. The second comment was, I think, from the commission, and it was a request to modify the erosion control barrier, to update that to include silt fence and wattles, and not just the wattle detail. So we have also included that. Other than that, we didn't make any other changes to this plan. The commission may recall that DEP, before they issued file numbers on the other two notice of intents, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, submitted a general comment on this application to the commission that the commission may want to hold off acting on this request for determination of applicability until file numbers were issued for the two other lots. And again, I've gone on record at least once, maybe twice, that I really don't see why that's the case. I think that the commission is free to act on the RDA independent of those two. They're separate lots. But be that as it may, we decided not to argue about it and waited on this application until we also were able to address comments for lots 2 and 3, which is why we're here this evening. So with that, I will turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions or take any comments.
Thank you for that, Greg. So my first kind of question, I think, is to my fellow commissioners and to Sophie. This drawing, do people see that in the Google Drive? Because I don't. Sophie, can you confirm that it's there? I'm just wondering if I got a bigger problem.
I've been looking through it just to make sure everything was pulled into there. No, I just see the previous NOI lot 2, the wetland delineation report, and another plan, but it's not that one.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Well, at least that one's not my problem. Okay. So thank you for that confirmation. And I don't have any questions about that I want to add or comments above what we had discussed previously. Do other members of the commission have questions or comments? Bob Pease?
My comment is I'm ready to vote for this.
Okay. And I think I'm ready to accept a
After
motion.
you ask for the public.
I do have to ask for the public. Thank you for that, Bob. Yeah, are there members of the public that have comments? And I see John Carroll has raised his hand. John, if you would state your name and address for us.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. I had to get my
No
Zoom
issues.
going.
Yeah, no issues.
My name's John Carroll. I live at 803 Leominster Road, and I'm in a butter. And I know there's a push to get this project through, but I want to express my concerns. I have previously brought to the town's attention a flooding issue at the bottom of my driveway, which is why the catch basin, which Greg Roy pointed out, has since been drawn on the plan. And my wife at the time and I had complained about 8 years ago, and the town's DPW put that catch basin in. And that was in addition to the one which Greg pointed out, which is about 50 feet away. And I think the town is treading on thin water here when they do these kinds of things. Because there's no question there's a flooding issue down there. You've got 2 catch basins within 50 feet. You can see there's an issue there. And other neighbors have complained about that. In talking with the DEP, I learned a little bit about stormwater runoff and catch basins. And I realize now that the town back in 7 years ago, when they put that catch basin in, probably did so improperly. It's my understanding that that's an untreated point source discharge. It should not have been put in. And so here we are at a threshold where the town is adding yet more load and creating potentially another problem before we fix ones that we already know about. And I don't think it's in the town's interest. I think the town is in a position here. The Timrick Trust is going to get their cash and they're going to be out of Dodge. And the same is true with Greg Roy. But I've lived here for 31 years. And I think some of the other members here have also been here for a long time. And we're the ones that are going to be stuck having to live with it, as well as everybody else that travels on Leominster Road. And as many of you know, Leominster Road, if you drive down it, I don't have to tell you the issues with water and ice. And these do affect the wetlands. Wetlands are what I'd help get these waters out of the roads and get them to various places. But I think that at a minimum, I think the town has an opportunity here to try to get this thing fixed and possibly push back on the applicant and get them to address this once and for all. The driveway, which I use, actually sits on this property, so it's going to be the new owner's problem. The town has already, as I understand, I'm aware of, I think, one lawsuit up on Mass Ave where they had a similar situation, but the town didn't address water situations and they got themselves in trouble. I would prefer that we get this thing fixed and slow things down and do things properly as to continue doing these things. And that's what I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, John. I will call on Joan and Phil Hoyt. If you would please state your name and address.
Hi,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Rich. I'm sorry, Joan.
I'm sorry. I do have to just have a quick comment here. I just want to make sure that the last speaker wasn't trying to impugn Greg Roy in any way, as he is doing a project and is going to leave town. I've known Greg for more than a decade. He served on this commission, and he is a fine, upstanding citizen of Lunenburg with deep roots and a long-term tie to this town, and is one of the best engineers, in my opinion, that has come before this commission as far as well thought out plans before presenting them. So I just have to go on the record to say that.
That's fair, Rich. I was not meaning to impugn Greg Roy's. I've hired his firm.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure because it
No, but
didn't
I
quite
think
sound nice. So
yeah, and that's understandable. And I apologize if it offended anybody.
no problem.
It's
Thank you,
not my
John.
intent. You know me too,
offense
Rich.
taken on this.
Yep.
No offense
Thank
taken,
you.
but I do appreciate that, Rich. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now, Rich, did you have another comment? I thought I put your hand down and then it went back up. Okay, so now I'll call on Joan and Phil Hoyt. Please state your name and address.
Hi, this is Joan Hoyt, 39 Kilburn Street, Lunenburg, and my husband Phil is here as well. A couple of just quick comments. I spoke at a previous meeting about concern about the water and the flooding issue. It is here, it is real, and it is all the time. It lasts after storms for a long time. Also, I want to comment that I've met Mr. Roy in concern with this, and he's been very, very accommodating and pleasant. And so anything that I'm saying here has nothing to do with criticizing anything he has done. I'm sure that these plans are very good, but I'm very concerned about the commission wanting to vote on this before the other two properties are also discussed, because the flooding issue on Kilburn Street is excessive. If my husband does not go down there and clean out the catch basin, or sometimes the town does it as well, but if one of us doesn't go down there, the town or ourselves, and do it, we have water that can go completely across the road a few inches thick. And we've lived here since 1999, and I personally have seen accidents where people have come and skidded and gone off into the woods. And you can almost always see water there. And I realize we're talking about one of the Leominster Road ones right now, but in my opinion, this is all connected, and I don't understand why, the first two are called Kilburn Street, and these two are on Leominster Road, but we're trying to vote one through, but it's part of Kilburn Street. So I find that a little puzzling, but I would hope that you would, before voting on each piece, look at the whole thing, because the water is a serious issue for this whole area. And my understanding, I'm not an architect, but my understanding from looking at the plans is that on the Kilburn Street house, there's only one place where the house could be, and it's on a hillock, but it's completely surrounded by water. So water it's a tremendous problem here.
Thank you, Joan. Okay, next I'll call on, we have TKR is what's shown on Zoom. If you would please state your full name and address.
Hi, this is Susan Rowe. I live at 710 Leominster Road, which is across from Lot 2. But I just wanted to add to what Joan and John said about the water on Leominster Road. We have a catch basin at the bottom of our driveway. We're on a hill. Actually, it's all hills. It's all hills that dump into this one area that's below the level of the road that you're talking about building in. And definitely the water across Leominster Road, we've seen accidents. It freezes in the winter. The catch basins aren't doing it, and they're already full. And it is very dangerous. And the bottom of our driveway used to be dry all the time, but with climate change, now it's wet all the time. The water drains out from a little stone wall we have down there. It is always wet down there. And when I look across the road at where you're talking about building on Lot 2, it's always wet down there. And I know this is my first experience with the Conservation Commission. I've been really impressed. I can see that all of you are knowledgeable and thoughtful and willing to donate tons of time, and I'm so appreciative. I think we have a great Conservation Commission in Lunenburg, and we're lucky. But as I'm learning, there's a difference between wetlands and wetland. So maybe it's not technically the wetlands right where all that water is, but it is wetland. I don't know if the FEMA flood maps are not up to date or whatever, because that area is wet all the time. And again, the roads are our concern. I just buyer beware if you're going to build there, because it's wet always. I just wanted to pipe up and say that.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Bob, you have your hand raised.
I do.
You speak.
I have to assume that the last two speakers are not talking about this lot. If you look at the topography of this lot, it's a hillside. I'd be hard pressed to see how there's any standing water on this lot, because the whole thing is a hillside. I fail to see, I do recognize, because I go down there all the time, and I see there is a water problem on Leominster Road. It appears to me like most of it is coming off the hillside on the opposite side of the road. and there's not adequate drainage on the other side of the road, but I fail to see the nexus between, you know, the water issues on the road and the application for the RDA on this lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Yes, Mr. Carroll.
Sure, Madam Chair, thank you. I have video showing that water streaming down that road, flooding my driveway. I don't have it accessible right now, but I can get that to the board if it would help them. I think there's a reason there's 2 catch basins there. Those were put in there because of the amount of water coming off there. And this is going to add additional hydraulic load. It doesn't address that catch basin at the bottom of my driveway, which the town probably should not have put in. I'm sure people did the best they could, and I appreciate it. But, you know, again, it's an opportunity for the town to try to look at this and go, all right, how do we solve this problem rather than create another problem? Because this problem, the problem at the bottom of my driveway doesn't go away. And at some point, that could bubble up on the town. And it's something that it's an opportunity for you guys to get it fixed. I'm sure the Hillmans don't want to leave this like that. I think it's in their interest too. And certainly for the new owners, it would be good for them too. And Greg Roy, he's capable. I think he can come up with some solutions that might work better.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. I'll also call on Susan
Rowe.
Rao. Yeah,
Yeah.
again.
With respect, there really is a water problem there. I live 2 houses down and it really does run across. It ices up. So I just wanted to add that.
And to be clear, right, so that I'm clear and understanding, John and Susan, what you feel like you're observing there is that there's water coming off of this hillside, and you're concerned about more water running off of this hillside after the development. Is that what you're saying?
I am.
Yes.
You've got another
Yeah.
driveway there. It's another impervious surface.
Right. And I'd say the town has a problem here. I mean, I'd like the town, certainly adding to the problem doesn't help. It'd be nice if the town would deal with this problem. Because now you've created this issue. And again, we filed a complaint, which was understandable. My wife at the time and I were having trouble getting out. Usually in the winter, it's a problem because its ice is over. I've gone down, she's gone down. And so there are times when it's difficult to get the mail. Again, it's ponding water, and some of it has been related to maintenance on the catch basins. I know that basin that Greg is referring to that they just drew adjacent to that driveway, I believe it was either that one or the one up the street that was clogged for the better part of a year. The town had a hard time getting it unclogged. And so they're doing, they seem to be doing a better job of maintaining things now. But again, adding to the problem it's not in anybody's interest. It's best if you can acknowledge that. I mean, you don't have to acknowledge, you can look at what the town's already doing. They're struggling to deal with these issues. Hence the reason why they're putting an untreated point source discharge, which they should not have done. Don't contribute to the problem. Try to get it fixed, is what I'd say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'm going to turn back to some of the, more seasoned members of the commission. It's clear to me that our remit and our jurisdiction is the wetlands, the various resource areas, and the buffer zone. What about stormwater? Do we have a jurisdiction there? That seems to be what most of this dialogue and this feedback is in regards to. Rich?
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, if somebody else knows, but a single family home is exempt from most all of the stormwater regulations. And our authority would be regarding the stormwater and its effects on the wetland resource area. I do feel for the neighbors, but it is outside of the jurisdiction that we have to dictate the wetlands permit based on their road effect. They do have other avenues going to the building department, because the building department still has to issue the building permit, and they still have to get a driveway permit. So those are the areas where I think the neighbors should be putting more of their efforts towards dealing with the DPW director and the zoning officer and the building inspector. Those are the officers in town that do have jurisdiction to control the development as it will affect the roadway. I don't think that our authority will extend to that. And we do open ourselves up to actions by the applicant if we are going outside of our authority. But again, that's my opinion, but that's the way I feel about it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Rich. Do we have other commissioners that care to comment on that point? Bob, I'll call on you.
Yeah, I don't mean to minimize the problems in the road. I think they're real. I think they have nothing to do with this application. As far as our authority goes, you know, under the Inland Wetlands Act. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that, Bob. Okay, Mike, I'll call on you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question about the driveway. A proposed driveway, is the driveway proposed to be an impervious driveway, or is it going to be a different type of driveway that would absorb some of the water that some of the neighbors are perhaps worried about? I guess that question could be to Greg on his plan.
Yeah, Greg, what's proposed there? Not able to hear Greg.
I think he's having technical difficulties.
His screen looks like he's having some technical difficulties. I was just kind of trying to scan the notes to see if it said on the notes. Yeah, he logged out and he's logging back in.
Okay.
And yet his
Well,
screen is remaining frozen. Greg, can we hear you now? Oh, he's still having some challenges. I'm going to try to raise a chat with him and see if he can at least see chats.
Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now. That's great.
I
Yes.
just logged in from my cell phone. I don't know what's going on. My computer is totally frozen up and I can't kill it. So I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize for that. I was trying to pipe in there and I don't think anybody was hearing me.
No, we weren't. So how do
Okay.
you answer the question about what the driveway surface is proposed to be?
Driveway surface, so I missed some of that, so I apologize. Driveway would be paved. So, you know, a conventional driveway surface. I did want to opine a little bit on this, if I could, if you would permit that.
Yes.
I think that I drive Leominster Road and I see the issues. It's not just in this area, it's up and down. There's definitely an icing situation when you have a snow melt or a rain situation in the winter, which we seem to be having more and more frequency of those type of events during the winter months. So I definitely get that concern. As far as the Wetlands Protection Act is concerned, and as far as your wetland protection bylaw and regulations are concerned, you would only get into stormwater management if you were proposing as a development that has 4 or more lots, actually more than 4 lots. So developments that have 4 or fewer lots are not subject to compliance with stormwater management. So from a regulatory standpoint, and from a as far as your purview goes with respect to review under the Wetlands Protection Act and your bylaw, I think I didn't hear all the commissioners speak, but I think what Rich said is correct. There's no trigger that you'd have relative to review of stormwater on this application. Be that as it may, there is another permit that would be required for this lot as well as the other 2, and that would be through the DPW to get a driveway permit. And there could be an opportunity through those processes to install some sort of additional stormwater appurtenances on the particularly where this driveway would meet the road pavement. We could install some sort of detention type appurtenance that would attenuate peak flows on our site before they discharged into the road. Unfortunately, it's just a tricky site because, as I think Bob Pease pointed out, the entire site slopes down towards Leominster Road, and of course we all know water flows downhill, so there's not a whole lot you can do. You can't change that fact. There are certainly things you could do to mitigate that. In terms of jurisdiction under this process, unfortunately, it's not part of this process. You don't have there's no regulatory authority there to do that. But I do get it. I guess I wanted to just say to the abutters, I do understand. It's a little bit of a tricky situation because we're in a situation where the project itself, and even if you consider it as a whole, is not subject to a conventional to a stormwater management system that you'd have if you were proposing, say, a new roadway with greater than 4 lots on it. So it's a little bit of a tricky situation, but I did want to confirm we do need to get a driveway permit for this. Probably the right avenue for approving that type of design would be through the DPW. Given that there's been complaints raised, and I can only assume that Bill Bernard is aware of those complaints. That's probably the place, candidly, that's probably the spot, even over the building commissioner, that where those concerns would be most appropriately raised. And I think we would catch that as part of the driveway process. So that's what I wanted to say. I also wanted to say that if the commission feels that they want to wait on this application until after we talk about the other 2, that's fine. Again, I don't see that that's really necessary, but if the commission would feel more comfortable doing that, I guess I'd leave that up to the commission.
Thank you, Greg. And thanks for your heroic efforts on staying dialed in to the meeting and answering our questions. I appreciate that. Okay, so John, you have an additional comment?
Yeah, it comes back to the storm drain that is discharging in a wetland. So even if the stormland isn't under the purvey, certainly the town discharging that into a wetlands would be. So how that happened, now I have other questions about whether proper permits in place at the time. I believe the owner actually provided a letter, so he would have been involved in that too. So
right, but that would be a different project.
Yeah. Okay.
But I mean, it's fair for you to raise that as a concern, but that would be a separate project.
Yeah.
But thank you for that commentary.
Madam Chair, if I could, just one comment on that.
Yes, Greg.
Yeah, that's a good concern. It's also a double-edged sword because, again, water flows downhill and the wetland areas are downhill, so it's going there now. So, I mean, if it very well may be the case. I don't have any visibility on how that catch basin was installed or if, a lot of times the town will file for those type of projects under an emergency type of order conditions, which has a little bit more flexibility in review. That may have been done. I don't know. I didn't study the record, but so it's not necessarily that they didn't get a permit for it. But if it's not piped down to the wetland area, there's probably not a lot of other options to attenuate the issue that's going on there. So it's kind of a double-edged sword relative to that issue. But I do get that concern. And I just wanted to say I don't have any visibility on how that was installed by the DPW director.
Certainly.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, turning back to my commissioners. Where are your minds on this? Are you ready to make a motion to approve? Do you want to wait until we have heard the other lots? What say you? Bob?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Willing to hear a motion.
I move we approve a negative determination for this request for determination of applicability.
Second.
Rich, thank you. Mike, you had your hand up?
I did, but it looks like my comment is too late here.
Well, we haven't voted, so.
Well, I just thought, given the discussion we've had, maybe we'd be better served to hear the other two applications before we vote on this one. But that's just one person's comment. Thank you.
Fair enough, Mike. And Chris, you had a comment?
Yes, I'd like to vote on them individually. I'd like to take them on a case by case. I'd like to look at each lot as it's, I don't want to look at them as a whole. That's my preference.
Yeah, my understanding from talking to Mia McDonald at DEP was that she was recommending that we look at this one in the context of the others in case there was something, that might put some interdependencies in there. And based on what we've seen so far, that's not what I'm thinking is a concern for me personally. So I would be willing now to proceed with a vote and would encourage all the commissioners to vote their position on this. And so we have a motion on the floor and a second on the floor to find a negative determination on this RDA. So I'm going to take a vote on that. I will start with Jeff Viviano.
Aye. If you're taking a vote.
Yeah, taking a vote. Mike LaRouche.
I guess aye.
Chris St. Germain.
Aye.
Bob Pease.
Aye.
Rich Birsch.
Aye.
Aye for myself. And Jenny wasn't a commissioner during the first hearing, so is not eligible to vote. But we welcome her being a member of our team now. So that's a unanimous vote for negative determination on this. Thank you. We'll move along. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Timmerick Realty Trust for the construction of a single-family home and septic tank at 20 Kilburn Street, Lot 2, with a DEP number 2081316. And do we have Timmerick Realty and their representative here?
Yes, Madam Chair, Greg Roy, again, Dillson Roy representing the applicant. I appreciate the time. I am on my phone here, so I'm hopeful that someone else could share the plan. I again, with this one, I did email revised plans for all three of these lots last Wednesday over to Sophia, so I'm hopeful that they're on the Google Drive somewhere.
Sophie, can you share those for us?
I will try to locate them. Greg, do you know the title that you might have you sent that as? Within 20 Kilburn, because I have
the email, you mean?
Yes.
Let's see if I can yeah, it was last Monday, the 29th, and it was revised plans for lots 1 through 2 Kilbourne.
I see. Okay, so I see a plan.
It actually had all three of the
This
lots.
is a revised plan. I see lot 1, lot 2. Yes, and lot 3. Yep.
Yeah. So we're on lot
can
2
just-
at the moment. Yeah, you could click on that plan. That would be fine. That's the one we're on.
The one I'm looking at, I think, encompasses all 3 of them. Does that sound
there
right?
should-
Why don't you share it and then we can see it? I mean, I don't know. Will you be able to see on your phone, Greg?
I might. I'm not sure. I'll try. I'll do the best I can. There should be one that says SDS. It should say 6815-SDS2. That's the plan that we need from that email on the 29th.
Okay. Very either really good memory or you're looking right at the number.
I'm looking right at it. I just looked at my sent items. I can send it to you again.
I see. I pulled that up exactly, and it's the entire revised notice of intent.
The revised plan, right?
(6815) LTRCC.
Yeah, that was my cover letter. Yep. And then there should be one that says SDS2, which is the plan. Also has the date, dash 01/24/24.
I'm not doubting you whatsoever. I'm just having. A really hard time
I just resent it if that helps.
It will help. As soon as it gets over here. Any moment now.
I don't see it in my sent items. I'm sorry.
I'm also refreshing, and it's not going through. Oh, I think yep. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like
Here it is.
there's a lot of attachments, so it could be taking a while, yeah.
Yeah, there's 6 attachments. All right. Which one would you like me to pull up first?
So it's 6815-SDS2.
I don't. Okay. Yes, I do see that. All right. Stamps.
Yeah.
I have to download it first to even view it. And then I can screen share or request share.
Okay. Well, we could
All
see
right.
it for a minute.
Sorry
There we
for the
go.
technical difficulties here, folks. I apologize. Okay, do we have it up?
Yes.
Okay, so again, like last time, we continued this meeting in this case while we awaited DEP comments, and there were a few, and I'll get into those in a few minutes. But just to refresh everybody's memory, this lot is also has frontage off of Leominster Road, further to the north on Leominster Road from Lot 1, which we just discussed. The site does have a wetland system located at the bottom of the slope. I'm not sure if you're zoomed in, but on the left-hand side of the screen is where the house is going. Excuse me, on the right-hand side of the screen is where the house is going. And you can see we've identified the wetland flags at the base of the hill. None of the proposed work, with the exception of sewer line crossing, which I'll get to in a minute, but the proposed house and grading, driveway, and associated appurtenances, again, with the exception of a sewer line, which I'll talk about in a minute, are all located outside of your 30 and 50 foot no touch and no structure offsets. This lot, unlike the other two lots, requires that where the suitable soil is, from the Title V standpoint, is located on the opposite side of the wetland from where the actual house would be going. There's not enough area on that portion of the lot, and the soils are not suitable on the Leominster Road side of the lot where the house is going for the construction of the septic system. So we are proposing a crossing of the wetland for the installation of a sewer force main that would be constructed in a temporary with temporary wetland disturbance. And I'll get into a little bit more of that when I get into the DP comments. But again, just like the last lot, this lot has also been reviewed by the submitted to and reviewed by the Board of Health, and they issued several comments on this lot. Again, relating to the septic system, I did capture those on this letter, and because I did capture them on the plan that you have in front of you. So things like updating some coverages over the trench, over a few of the trenches, adding some notes and things of that nature. We needed to include some buoyancy calculations for the septic tank and things like that. So we have updated all those things on the plan. What I did want to get to is to talk about the Conservation Commission, the comments that we received from the commission last time, as well as the comments that we received from DEP. So I'll get into those. I think the only note that I had from the commission was to make sure that we had the correct silt fence and straw wattle detail on the plan. So a similar comment that we received on lot 1. We did update that to make sure we're including that. DEP comments, and I'll go through these one at a time. Their first comment related to the preparation of an alternative for the temporary crossing of the wetland. So again, just so everybody understands what we're proposing, we're proposing to construct the house on the Leominster Road side of the wetland. The pump chamber, the septic tank and pump chamber would be installed in customary fashion in the rear of the house.
Greg, can I pause you for a minute? Sophie,
Yes.
can you kind of give us a broader view of the drawing?
Oh yeah, that would help.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, Greg, keep narrating.
Nope, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. I can see the drawing on my phone, but it's very small. So, so the leaching field where that would receive the wastewater, it would be located on the opposite side of the wetland from where the house is, which requires a crossing of the wetland. We are proposing to do that with a 2-inch force main constructed from the pump chamber over to the distribution box through the wetland system in a temporary open cut of the wetland area. We have gone out on site. We've located all of the canopy trees. You can see them, I think, if you're zoomed in on the sort of linear feature that's on the right-hand portion of the screen. We did locate all the trees, the significant canopy trees within the wetland area and also within the 30-foot no-touch zone. We are not proposing any tree removal within that to accomplish that work. It would in fact just be temporary disturbance associated with the construction of a trench to install the force main. We would install it we would actually put a larger diameter pipe in the trench, and we would place the force main within that sleeve so that, heaven forbid, anything happened and that had to be serviced in the future, we would not have to disturb the wetlands. In the future, we could pull the force main through the sleeve and replace it if it needed to be done. We have provided, and I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but we have provided replication specifications on sheet 2, which would restore the wetland area back to its existing vegetative state. We're not proposing any modifications to the contours or existing grades in that wetland area. So it would continue to function as it does today. DP's comment really, it was to provide an alternatives analysis. We did provide 3 primary alternatives that we looked at. I'm getting a lot of feedback from
Yeah, I know.
Sophie, can you mute yourself?
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, better. Thanks. So then, referring to my letter, we rounded out the 3 alternatives that we explored relative to this lot. The first was, of course, to try and in the first place configure things so that we wouldn't, to configure the lots and septic system areas so that we wouldn't need the wetland crossing in the first place. Unfortunately, the suitable soils were found on a different portion of the lot, and there's no way to put a septic system on the Leominster Road side of the lot that would comply with Title V regulations. So that alternative was not feasible. The second alternative, and I know we touched on this briefly, I think one of the commission members did ask this question at the opening hearing, was whether or not we could directionally drill the sewer force main underneath the wetland. And the answer to that question is yes, we can. However, when you look to do alternatives analysis by the Wetlands Protection Act standards, you're really looking for economically equivalent alternatives, and directional drilling, even the short, 100, 150 foot distance that we would need to get through the wetland area and the 30-foot no touch on each side, really adds an order of magnitude cost to the installation of that line, at least an order of magnitude costs. And so, given the fact that we could install this thing with minimal impact to the wetland in a temporary manner, it's not like we're proposing a permanent loss of wetlands. We're proposing a temporary construction of a utility, which would then be restored. Given that could happen with minimal impact during construction and no long-term impacts to the wetland area, we did not find that to be a suitable alternative, really just because of cost relating to the installation of that short section of the work. And so then the third option was what I presented, which was installing the force main in an open trench, which again would involve temporary wetland alteration. And as I mentioned, we have provided, much like we would do for and have done for permanent wetland crossings, such as a driveway crossing that's going to involve a permanent wetland alteration, we've included wetland restoration, mitigation, replication specifications requiring the translocation of soil, actually using the wetland soil that we removed from the site, using that to restore the area so that it maintains all of the vegetative seeds and things, overseeding the area with supplemental wetland seeds, native wetland seeds, as well as putting in some native larger shrub type plantings to really give that a head start in reestablishing itself. But really, we believe that'll revegetate itself rather quickly.
Sorry to interrupt. Where did you say that schedule was detailed?
It's on the second sheet of the plan set. So there's, if you go to, it's probably in that same, right there. Yes, that sheet there. You can go down to sort of the lower middle of the page. There's a whole section, wetland replacement notes. We have general, right there. And then if you scroll down, you'll see we have the sort of the blow up of the wetland crossing, as well as a planting schedule and all the seeding specifications and things that we're looking to implement for that crossing. And again, it's a temporary crossing. We expect this to take maybe a day or two. So, you're in and out of there in a pretty quick period of time with that installation process. Comment 2 from DEP related to the floodplain elevation. The floodplain elevation, this comment also relates to lot 3. The floodplain elevation, the floodplain in this area is a zone A, which is a non-elevated floodplain, which means that it is graphically shown on a plan on the FEMA flood maps, but it does not have an elevation associated with it, which makes nailing down the actual limit of it a little bit harder. In this case, when you look at the FEMA maps and you look at Mass GIS mapping, where we can turn on the FEMA layer as well as the contour information, it appears to coincide with elevation 363, which is based on a nationally published datum, which our plans are based on the same datum. So for the purposes of this filing, we've bumped that up a foot, and we've assumed that the elevation of the floodplain, we've showed the floodplain limit at elevation 364, which is, we believe, a conservative estimation of where that floodplain occurs, or where that floodplain exists. On lot 2, there is no portion of lot 2 that exists below that or anywhere near that elevation. All of our grades are significantly higher. The lowest point of the site, you can see actually on the, if you were to zoom down a little bit on this plan or pan over, I think to the left, the lowest elevations on lot 2 are within the wetland area, and they're actually at elevation 407. So quite a bit higher 20, 30 feet higher than that, that section. And again, I understand what the abutters have said. Just because there's no floodplain there does not mean that it's a dry site. I understand that. I'm not saying that there's not water that runs through there. It's a wetland area. There are wetlands at the base of that hill. The groundwater elevation in the areas that are not wetlands is high. I understand that. But it's just that from a regulatory standpoint, there is no floodplain associated with Lot 2. So I just wanted to kind of talk that through. Comment 3 from DEP was that their comment was that the commission may want to consider requiring planting and spacing plans and spacing plan with a proposed plant list that includes the estimated number of plants at various strata in the proposed riverfront restoration area. There's no riverfront on this lot. I can only imagine that there was a typo and they were commenting about the wetland restoration area. And again, I just think they might have missed sheet 2 because we've had that information on the plan from the very beginning of the filing. So we do have a detailed, again, wetland replacement notes that are intended to document compliance with the Massachusetts wetland replication guidelines that require soil translocation and planting and overseeding and inspections and all that kind of thing. So we do have that information on the plan. 4, the commission may want to consider including special conditions that require at least a 2-year monitoring period and steps to ensure the proposed restoration area must achieve 75% survival of all planted strata to be considered in compliance. Conditions for restoration areas should it fail may include the commission requiring additional measures to ensure function and value of the restoration area prior to the issuance of a certificate of compliance. We acknowledge that. I actually think our notes probably require two years of growing because that's the way that the replication guidelines are written. We do not object to that. We believe that the commission ought to have that condition in an approval. Should you grant it. So we don't have any objection to that. 5, although the current residential development appears to not yet trigger the stormwater standards, if additional development is proposed on the parent lot, the commission may want to consider the project as a whole and to require stormwater mitigation for impervious resulting from this development to prevent a burden on future lots having to mitigate for increase in impervious surface and stormwater runoff resulting from this development. Again, as I mentioned, we've extensively soil tested this property and have not found any other suitable sites for the installation of a septic system. So there is no proposed additional lots proposed at this time. We would not object to the condition to a sort of a finding being included in the order that for whatever reason, let's say they ran public sewer down Leominster Road or whatever, and other areas could be deemed buildable, that future lots over 4 would require compliance with stormwater management. But at this point, we do not trigger the stormwater threshold for this development. And then 6, should the commission approve the project, they may also want to consider including a perpetual condition in their order of conditions requiring permanent memorialization fixtures such as split rail fence, landscape boulders, and/or signage to prevent future encroachment beyond the limit of work. We have included. We thought that comment was reasonable, also in harmony with previous requirements that your commission has required for work that's been proposed right up to the 30-foot no touch. So we have included landscape boulders on the plan to permanently delineate the limit of the 30-foot no disturb zone. And that was a lot, but I'll pause there.
Yeah, Sophie, can you go to that on the drawing, please?
That's going to be shown back on the first, yeah. And you can see they're around the limits of the on the house side, on the kind of around the limits of where the erosion control barrier is. We have some, we don't label them all, but we label them.
They seem like they're really far apart to me, Greg.
Yeah, we used what we would normally do, I think a 30 to 40-foot spacing, but you know, if the commission has another thought on that, I think that's within your purview to discuss.
Yeah, I'll be interested in hearing other commissioners' comments about this. So for me, it's really difficult to absorb all of the context with drawings that, you know, you're narrating something, I'm looking at something different. I personally would like to have time and access to the drawings. Like I didn't have access to the drawings today to go and look at it. I would prefer to have access to the drawings offline so that I feel like I really understand the detail of what you've done here. And you usually do really great work, right? It's not a reflection on anything that you've done other than I just feel like I should understand it.
Understood. I guess I'll just say that that's a little frustrating because we went out of our way to get those back into to you guys, you know.
Yeah, I know. And I think that's a fair comment.
Before we're here. So, but understood. I get your comment.
Yeah. And I also, you know, when I looked at DEP's comments, right, also noted that, you know, there is no riverfront area here. But I think I'd like for Sophie to call DEP and just confirm what, you know, do we just strike it out altogether, or is there some other kind of typo, something in there that they wanted us to pay attention to that just we can't discern because of that typo? I come to the riverfront area and do full stop. No, there's not one. But I mean, that's just the way I read, right? So may not be relevant to other folks. And again, my concern with the boulders is them being so far apart. I just wonder if the residents, you know, now and in the future would really recognize them as a barrier to doing further encroachment into the buffer zone. And I will open the floor to other commissioners for questions and comments. Chris.
Greg, I'm struggling also with the map. So when you the part that you're running that pipe, the other end of it is that going to a septic tank? Where is that?
It's going to the leaching to the distribution box in the leaching field.
Okay.
So it's kind of.
Okay. So if I know what you said about if there was a problem with the pipe, you've already got a sleeve so you can take care of it. But if there's an issue with the D boxes or the leaching field, isn't that going to require them to go back into that sensitive area? I mean, there's no way around it. They'd actually have to go and trudge right through the.
Great point. Great point. We've set up access easements, so they actually would access that through lot 1. So they would not have to go through the wetland to access the field.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a great question.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any other questions or comments from members of the commission? So then I think I'm just gonna pick on some people that usually talk about this. What are the commissioners' views on the placement of the boulders being far apart as a demarcation? Rich, you usually have some commentary about that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think 40 feet may be a touch further than we generally do it. Plus, where they're at the bottom of a pretty steep slope, I would recommend a 20-foot maximum spacing, but that would be my opinion.
Thank you, Rich. Bob, what are your thoughts?
30.
Thank you, Bob. Jeff?
Yeah, I think we've always used 30 in the past, so I'm fine with 30.
Mike?
Can we split the difference and say 25?
I hear you.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I went on record, guys. I don't think that that's a showstopper. I mean, it's, as long as you didn't want us to build a, a stone wall down there, I think 25 feet would be fine with the applicant. So.
Yeah, I'm interested in us being consistent with what we've done in the past, but I don't have an issue with 25. Just 40 seemed to me to be a little bit too much. Chris, what are your thoughts on the boulders?
25.
Okay. And Jenny, what are your thoughts? You're not a voting member since you haven't been able to, participate previously, but what are your thoughts about that?
So I would say 25 or 30. If 30 is what we've normally recommended in the past, I think that would work unless there's a reason to go 25, which it sounds like maybe the slope might be a reason for that. So 25 or 30.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it seems like we were leaning towards 25, and it doesn't sound like the applicant is opposed to that, or at least their representative isn't. So, Rich, yes, please.
Greg, I was just looking and it may be in the detail. Do you have a schedule for putting in the forced main through the wetland as far as so many days to disturb the wetland and then have it replaced and revegetated within so many days after disturbance?
Great question. I don't think we specified the time anywhere on the plans, Rich. We're certainly happy to work with the commission on that. If it's something that you feel you need to condition, we could do that. Our wetland replacement notes really are performance-based, if you will. So, they talk about, specific things that we want done, but also, where we want, how the vegetation gets established, when that's supposed to be established. We do reference that we need to hit the 75% survival rate and the like. We reference 2-year monitoring and things like this. So we would not object if the commission wanted to put in that the work has to be done in a certain period of time. I anticipate that it's going to be a few days project. I wouldn't want to lock us into a few days. I think we'd want maybe a week just to make sure that, that we had enough time, but maybe we did a 7 or a 10-day period or something like that, where that work has to occur. I don't think we'd have an objection to that.
Okay.
And
yeah, I would feel better if we have a schedule as far as the construction takes place in 1 week and then it's regraded and revegetated and stabilized within 7 days after construction.
Yeah, I think that's
so
fair.
It's not sitting open for this, for an uncontrolled period of time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, Rich, is if you were concerned about it, like a specific time that you were looking for, or if it was just that you didn't want it to be an open door. Like we've seen a couple of projects that kind of started and then fizzled, and now going on many years where it's just kind of open, land that hasn't been revegetated. Is that more what you were just wanting to have a commitment on? It's not going to be more than 2 weeks, or it's not going to be more than 30 days or something like that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they should be in there. It should take them, 5 days to disturb the wetland, put the forced main in, and then 7 days after that to regrade it and stabilize it so that it's not an open trench for an uncontrolled period of time.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. And that's, yeah, to your point, we do not want a contractor in here that's using this as a filler job, an hour here, an hour there. We want them to be there with a pipe on site, excavate the trench, install the pipe, restore the trench, restore the wetland, seed it, stabilize it, and be done. We do not want it to have, we do not want it to be, yeah, we'll put an hour over there and then come back 3 days later and put another 2 hours in. We want them to hit it and have it done. So I think that's a fair condition.
Yep, so put a condition in that you notify the office as to the starting date, and then our administrator can be on site observing and keeping the clock ticking. Make sure it's
Yep.
done in that time frame.
Absolutely.
Thank
I mean,
you.
you could also, you could ask them for, I mean, what you might do is in the notification, when you ask them to notify, just include in the condition that they provide you with that the contractor provide you with a construction schedule. You know, specifically, you know, you can govern the overall times, but let's get from them exactly how they're planning to approach it, so that you can have it on file.
Yeah, and as the planting schedule is now in front of me, is that the plant inventory that is currently in that 2,400 square foot proposed disturbed area? 10 plants?
I mean, that's a great question, Rich. I mean, I really think what we're proposing to do there is to really kind of use a belt and suspenders approach. I really think that the nature of that area, you're going to get revegetation of that if you did no overseeding or planting. I mean, that soil is going to be pretty rich with seeds when we you know, place it back in there. But in
Can we
terms of how
perhaps
many, go ahead.
inventory what we have in that area and agree to put back what is inventoried?
We can, of course, we can't do that now, but we could, we could do that.
Yep, prior to
We'd have to wait till the
disturbance,
growing
an
season.
inventory is taken and submitted to the office for review, and you'll agree to put back what's in there. I mean, I just look at it, you know, 2 blueberry bush and I guess it's a 2,100 square foot area. Seems
Yeah.
like a little sparse.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think that'll be okay. I mean, I guess where do we draw the line on that? You know, I'm all right with the larger, you know, if we need to take out larger shrubs, like if it's a high bush blueberry or if it's a spice bush and that kind of thing. But you know, like when you get into the cinnamon fern and stuff, I mean, that area could have hundreds of cinnamon ferns. I guess I'd like to handle that kind of thing with seeding. But if it's a situation where we're taking out a more fully established shrub, I don't think I'd object to that. But I think if we were going to translate this all of a sudden to all of the small wetland plants that are going to, you know, grow in the first couple of months after being restored anyway, I don't know that we'd want to go through and do a plug type planting on those. But
No, and the herbaceous material will come back because you do have seeding call out in there as well. So
Yep.
yeah, the smaller herbaceous will come back. But you know, if you have, you know, red maple whips and like you said, blueberries or spice bush or
yeah,
you know, we do want to get it revegetated as quickly as possible to prevent any invasives from getting in there.
No, understood. And I think that's fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rich. Bob, you have your hand raised? Call on you.
Well, since it appears as though we're headed for a continuation here, I mean, I would just suggest that, you know, Greg submit a revised plan showing the boulders close together and having some kind of verbiage on there to address some of Rich's concerns about the timeline and the plantings, so that we don't have to write a long list of conditions, you know, so it's just, and that, you know, gives Greg a little more, you know, say about, you know, what he's, you know, what he's, because I think Greg is really good at catching, you know, what the commission's looking for and capturing it, and that's just my suggestion.
That's fair enough. We're happy to do that.
Sounded like a really good suggestion to me. All Are there other questions or comments from members of the commission? Are there, now I'll go to, public comment. Are there, comments, that want to be offered by members of the public? Just giving a pause so that, folks who might not be as familiar with Zoom can raise their hand or unmute themselves and, make a comment. I see TKR has their hand raised, and this is a fresh hearing. So if you would again state your name and address.
Yep, Susan Rowe, 710 Leominster Road. And we live right across from that area. And I guess my question is again about the water. There's groundwater, there's water that I understand about legally what you are bound by and what you can get around. Just doesn't make sense to me when there's standing water all the time. Where are you going to put the house? I'm not a builder, an architect, a geologist, nothing, but common sense says, how are you going to do that?
So thank you for that comment. And I would just say that as part of this process, the applicants had to have the wetlands delineated by a wetland scientist, and that's flagged, and then the engineering work happens consistent with that flag and the setbacks that are outlined in the regulations.
Okay, so somebody has looked at it to verify that those are the wetland lines.
Yes, and that is a scientific process. And the conservation commissioners also go out on these sites and make certain that it looks reasonable as well.
And how about the wetland versus the wetlands? Because I understand that where all that water is may not function as a wetland, but there's still a lot of water.
That could very well be true, and our jurisdiction is limited to wetlands that function as a wetland.
Got it.
And one of the things about water that tends to stand in areas for a long period of time is it does tend to naturalize into a wetland. But it might not be at that point yet. And so when it's not at that point yet, it's not within our jurisdiction.
Got it. Okay. So maybe just because you can doesn't mean you should, but by the rules, it's still acceptable at this point.
Yeah. I
understand.
It is I just wanted to, because not everybody knows, and I know that I didn't know, even though I work in a regulatory space, I work in an engineering regulatory space. It is a scientific process, so it's not a subjective process. And there are very specific standards that have to be met for that delineation and that demarcation.
Got it. Thank you for taking the time to answer the question.
Oh yeah, happy to do that. I actually just want to say too that we have a number of people, members of the public that are on the call tonight that have been on the calls, and as a chair, and as a conservation commissioner and a resident of the town, I really appreciate people taking time to participate in these hearings. I think that's a strength of this regulatory process. And I know it's been a burden on people's personal lives and whatnot to be here and be participating. So thank you. Thank you for your participation. I do appreciate it. I think we're at a point now. Greg, are you okay with us continuing this? Do we still have Greg? Yeah, we do still have Greg. Maybe.
He's just muted.
Sorry, I had muted myself and I did not realize.
That's
yes,
okay.
a continuation would be fine.
Okay, and you had some actions and recommendations, right, from the commission to update some plans. So would February 21st be okay for the continuation?
Yes,
Okay.
we can make those changes in a few days and we get those back in next week.
Okay. So I think from the commission, I'm looking for a motion to continue.
I motion that we continue this to February 21st.
So moved. Mike?
Okay, thank you, Mike. So I will go for a roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. So we'll move along to the next one. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a notice of intent by Timrick Realty Trust for the construction of a single-family home and septic tank at 20 Kilburn Street, Lot 3, which has a DEP number 208-1317. And Greg, I think you're speaking to this one again as a representative for the applicant.
I am, so again, for the record, Greg Roy, Dillson Roy, representing the applicant. Again, I'll try to be as brief as I can. I know it's getting late and everybody's been bearing with us.
Greg, before you start, Sophie, can you share? I mean, Greg, I'm assuming you're still not in a position to be able to share.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, Sophie, can you pull that drawing up for us so that we can follow
This one-
along as Greg is narrating?
This one should be a little bit easier to understand, I think. The other plan was a little choppy just because it had
Force main on it.
the force main, a brake line in it, but this one should be a little bit easier. So again, this lot is located, it's known as Lot 3, it's located on Kilburn Street. And actually, just a point of reference here, the reason these are all advertised as 20 Kilburn Street is because that's the parent piece of property. That's the address of the parent piece of property. So we certainly didn't intentionally try to deceive anybody. Two of the lots are on Leominster Road, but the property, the large parcel that we created these lots from was known as 20 Kilburn Street. So apologize if there was any confusion on that front. But be that as it may, this lot is on fronts on Kilburn Street. Again, with this lot, just like Lot 2, we have a wetland area that's located at the base of the hill. It's part of like the rest of the site, it's part of a very large wetland system that exists on the property. But there are some portions of upland areas that are suitable for building, and this is one of them. We again, just like the other lots, we have provided you with revised plans and a response letter that is responsive to all the comments that we received to date. Again, just like the other one, we did have some comments on this from the Board of Health, which we cleaned up again, adding some notes, adding some additional cover over the D-box and things like that on the plans, not significant to the Conservation Commission process. In the opening hearing, the Conservation Commission had 4 comments, which I'll go over. First, can you all hear me okay? Yeah.
Yes.
First, we updated the silt fence and wattle detail. We studied the elevations of the boulder retaining walls that we were proposing to keep the grading outside of the 30-foot no touch. The comment was that some of those walls were approaching 5 feet, and that certainly wasn't our intention. So we've adjusted the grading and also added some elevations for clarification on those areas. And then that was actually the 2 comments there. And then the fourth was we, like the other side of the street, on Leominster Road, we did go out and locate the catch. There's a catch basin that exists across the street. I think it's across the street on Kilburn Street, with an associated, outlet pipe. And you can see it on the top portion of the screen, opposite from where our driveway is proposed. There's a catch basin. And then you can see it says existing 12-inch CMP. You might not be able to see it, but yeah, right where you're pointing there. And I believe that goes down. It goes off the screen, but then you can see another pipe that comes across the road back onto our side of the property that would discharge up gradient to, but ultimately to the wetland areas, down on the lower portions of the site. And then again, we had some DEP comments on this property. As I mentioned on lot 2, there was a question about the unelevated floodplain area. So we've added that on the plan and given the same commentary as before relative to where we've shown that graphically on the plan. Just like the other lot, we are showing that floodplain coincidental with the 364 contour, which is well upgrading of the, in most areas, well upgrading in the wetland areas. And we believe that's a good conservative approximation of the regulatory 100-foot floodplain at the site. The second is that the commission may want the applicant to demonstrate how work this close to resource areas could be performed while still providing protection to the resource areas in perpetuity, and may want to consider additional plantings, setbacks, etc. Our response to that is that the plans show, and we are proposing complete compliance with your 30-foot no touch and your 50-foot no build zone. So in virtue of that fact that you have a more conservative regulatory framework than the Wetlands Protection Act, we believe that we have met the requirements that have set forth in both the Wetlands Protection Act, but also within your bylaw relative to offsets and the like. Number 3, again, this relates to their comment on the stormwater management, same comment as we read before, that future lots, if any future lots were proposed, it could trigger stormwater management, and that the commission may want to add a note to that effect in the order of conditions. And we have no objection to adding such a note, but also, just as before, there is no additional development proposed at this time on the parent lot. And then 4th, should the commission approve the project, they may also want to consider including perpetual condition in the order of conditions requiring permanent memorialization fixtures such as split rail fence, landscaping boulders, etc. And again, we've provided the landscaping boulders, probably at a spacing that the commission may not find appropriate. So we're happy, just like before, to take the commission's lead and tighten up that spacing. That was the bulk of the comments on this one. I do want to say here that all of this, there's been a lot of comments relative to water and stormwater and things. And yes, the regulations are the regulations. It's a scientific process. It's very well documented what we have to meet and things. Up gradient to those areas, and once we meet the regulations, managing wet sites falls on the developer and the design engineer. So the rest of the specifications that we have on the site plan, with the way we've proposed the grading and where we've set the elevation of the house relative to the existing grades and the proposed grades and all that, that's how we're mitigating construction on a wet site. Everybody likes to build in deep sand where there's no groundwater. There's just plain not a lot of that around anymore. So, a lot of sites are like this, where you have high groundwater, seasonal high groundwater tables, and with appropriate construction methods and design, you can mitigate those concerns. On this site, I did want to point out that all of the proposed work will drain away from Kilburn Street. So there is a ridge, if you will, adjacent to Kilburn Street that's higher than Kilburn Street, and some of that will remain. We're actually going to be reducing that a little bit in height and reshaping that. That's where the septic system is going to go, on sort of the back side of that. So some of that will be reshaped, except with the exception of that portion, all of the rest of it will drain, the driveway included, slopes away from Kilburn Street and goes the other way from the Kilburn Street pavement. So particularly on this lot, you know, versus what we had on lot 1, where the entire lot slopes down towards Leominster Road. This is the complete opposite. Most of the lot slopes down towards the wetland areas. So we do not expect any exacerbation of flooding that occurs on Kilburn Street with this development. So I'll leave it at that. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate that. I would be interested in seeing the boulders tightened up to 25 feet, especially since that's what, consistent with what we had asked for in the previous one. I don't have other questions on this one or comments, at least not right now. I think you've really addressed everything that DEP had put up there and what we had talked about last time. We'll open the floor to other commissioners. Anybody have questions or comments? Rich Bursch.
Greg, I just wanted to confirm that the erosion protection is the limit of work.
Yes, correct.
And that would be the same on lot 2, because it just lists proposed erosion on lot 2 as well.
That's correct. Yeah, that's intended to be the limit of work, Rich.
Okay, thank you.
Can you put that on the plan as a note, Greg?
I sure can.
Thank you. Sorry for speaking out of turn, Madam Chair.
No, that's a good comment, Bob. Thank you. You're forgiven this time. I was just adding that to my notes as well. Okay. Other questions or comments? And again, I think this is straightforward, and usually our team of commissioners are really good about trying to consider everything that they need to consider. But, I just want to say, think about this, right? Because we want to give Greg an actionable list so that when he comes back next time, he's in really good shape for getting an approval. I mean, assuming that we're going to do a continuance for the boulders, we could, I guess, have the boulders be a condition as opposed to making him change the drawing and come back. So that's a viable way to proceed. I'm not seeing any other raised hands from members of the commission, so we will allow members of the community to an opportunity to make comments or ask questions. Okay, Rich, you did raise your hand again.
Hey, Greg, I'm just assuming that all of your measurements to the road are the minimum setbacks allowable.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Okay, it looks like Joan Hoyt has her hand raised. So Joan, again, new hearing. So if you would state your name and address.
It's actually Phil Hoyt, 39
Oh, hi, Phil.
You had a 50-50 chance. The question I've got more, Greg said the water's running away from Kilburn. Does that mean it's running back into the wetland?
That is correct. Yes, most of the site, as it does today, most of the site after construction will also run into the wetland. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, and so what are, I'm not seeing other hands raised or folks coming off of mute to interject additional commentary here. So what are the thoughts of the commission? I'm taking advice or taking motions. Yes, Bob.
I move that we approve this notice of intent with the condition that the applicant submit a revised plan showing boulders at 25 feet.
Sounds reasonable. Do we have a
And-
second to
and-
that?
And the
go
limit
ahead.
of work, and add the note for the limit of work.
And specify that the erosion protection is a limit of work.
Yeah.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Second, Mike.
Thank you.
Actually, Madam Chair, we're now in the discussion period. I had a quick question. It looks like the boulders are creating a wall in a couple portions of the bottom of the slope. Is that correct, Greg, that those boulders are there as a wall?
That is correct, Rich. That's where we had a little bit too much grade to make up, so as to keep all grading outside of the 30-foot. We're placing some boulders there at the toe of the slope, as in a retaining wall, if you will, but more of a steeply sloped boulder. Not a wall so much as just some large 2 to 3 foot boulders to contain the toe of the slope. But that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Those in themselves we intend to use those as permanent demarcation, and then sort of supplement additional ones in the gaps between those.
Perfect.
Okay, I have a motion and a second with some 2 conditions on added notes. We'll go for a roll call vote. Bob Pease.
Aye.
Rich Birsch.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
Mike LaRouche.
Aye.
Chris St. Germain.
Aye.
And I for myself. Okay,
Thanks
thank you,
very
Greg.
much. Yep, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We'll see you in a few weeks.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to go into the business section, and it is starting to get late, so I actually am going to advocate that maybe we skip over a few things that are routine business updates, but I'll let you know when we get there. In the interest of time and not making Bob stay out past his bedtime. So, new business, do we have any topics that have come up in the past 48 hours? I'm not aware of any. I don't see anybody interjecting anything. There is a question of gas for the pollinator habitat. Recall last year, Mike let us know that DPW had granted him a gas key to fill up gas for mowing the mower that's at the pollinator habitat for the purposes of mowing I think you mow the pathways and whatnot at the pollinator habitat, Mike?
Yes, that's correct, Madam
Yeah.
Chair.
And so we had talked about that as a commission, but I don't recall that we actually took a vote on where to receive those funds and provide budget support. And on the surface, it seems like maybe the Haas account might be the appropriate account, but I am willing to take advice on that. Does anybody have a different thought? Okay, if nobody's got a different thought on that, then I would actually make a motion that we apply that, and I think it was roughly $117 or something that was spent on gas. I would make a motion that we apply that to the Haas account for the purposes of providing budget support. Anybody care to second that motion?
Second. Mike?
Roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Jeff Bursch, or Rich Bursch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and Jenny, I think you can actually vote on this. How say you?
Aye.
An aye for myself. Okay, thank you for that. We already heard the Lake Shirley annual report. I have 70 Horizon Island on the agenda, Sophie.
That was the guy that spoke earlier, for the 3 trees, wasn't he 70 Horizon?
Yeah, he sure was. He sure
Yeah,
was.
that was him.
So that's Sophie's gonna follow up with him via phone. Okay, old business. Any updates on title searches, Bob?
None. I have an appointment with, the town attorney on, Monday at 3 o'clock, and I'll be asking him then.
Okay, excellent. I'll be really curious to hear if they've started or not.
Yeah, I will too. Anybody else who's interested in attending is welcome to come. It could be I'll be doing it by phone. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I'm curious about that because after we kind of had talked about that one, and it got launched and then we thought it had started, but then it hadn't started. One of the ones that had occurred to me as maybe being something that we should have thrown into the heap was that one off of Howard Street, that's the no access property that's at the in between our parcel that has frontage on Howard Street and the Northwest Town Forest.
That parcel, is, pretty far along in the tax title process. We don't need to do a title search. on that.
Okay, great news, great news.
Title, the title is not in doubt on that parcel.
Okay, excellent. That's great news. Okay, 32 Cortlandt Circle. That's under old business.
That's the detention pond up there.
Detention pond. And does anybody know why that's on our agenda for tonight?
I believe they came in and made an inquiry, and either Ashley or Sophie put it on the agenda. The town wants them to clean out their detention pond up there. Probably Chris St. Germain knows more about that than anybody else.
Yeah, I spoke to the president, and I told him that, we were looking for him at the last meeting, but he said he didn't really bite. I don't know what's going on. He felt like he didn't have to be there. I don't really have, that's all I know.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's on our agenda.
Yeah.
So as a detention pond, is that a jurisdictional area for us?
But I don't know.
So the
I noticed-
reason,
Go ahead.
sorry,
No, I'm
the
sorry.
reason why it's on the agenda is just for the general discussion, and the person that I think Chris was mentioning, that's kind of in charge of that, or oversees it, had some concerns about it and wanted to voice the concerns, and I wasn't sure what the action should be, if anything. So they agreed to, they seemed to be on board with coming to a meeting, and then they just kind of fell off the face of the earth.
Okay. So they're not at the meeting, and Chris, you said you had contacted them?
Yes, his name is Wayne. I forget his last name. He's actually a friend. He's another dog walker. I see him all the time.
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, I mentioned to him that he had missed the last meeting, that he was on the docket, and he didn't seem to, he's like, no, I don't need to be there. So I don't know what's going on.
Okay, I would move that we strike this from the agenda and until such time that and I'm assuming it's the homeowners association comes back to us with a real ask.
All right, I'll make that update.
Okay. Well, I didn't catch this when I reviewed the agenda. So 780 Northfield Road, culvert, that's also under enforcements. Yeah, I think that that's one where we were waiting on you, Sophie, to contact Jim Latazzi, but maybe you already have.
Between from the last meeting and him being in attendance in the last meeting and yourself and Bob was vacant from most of that meeting. Not a lot could be discussed during that meeting, and I haven't reached out since then.
Okay, so in the last meeting, where did we leave it with Jim? Is he coming back to a meeting or?
I'm not sure that was clear with the rest of the commission's discussion on what that next step should be. But from my conversation with you, it seems like I just need to, and Bob as well, I just need to have some sort of friendly enforcement happen. But I haven't even been on site yet.
Okay. Bob has his hand raised. Bob?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, if you'll accept it, that we authorize our conservation administrator to issue an enforcement order to Jim Lattanzi to resize and lower his culvert and to hire a wetlands administrator to delineate any wetlands impact there.
I hear a motion on the floor for a reasonable, very reasonable proposal. Do I have a second?
Second.
And so we'll do a roll call vote. Bob Pease.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
Michael LaRouche.
Aye.
Chris St. Germain.
Aye.
Jenny Putherer.
I don't think I can vote on this one.
Yes, you
Oh, yeah, I think
Can?
you can, because the proposal is not contingent on previous dialogue.
Okay. Aye.
And I for myself.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
this is Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, I
You're
have to sign off for
recognized.
the night. I apologize, but I have an early morning, so and I still have to take care of some stuff. So
Yeah, and your mornings are very early indeed.
sometimes, yes. So
Thank you, Jeff. And so
good night,
the
everybody.
record will
Jeff.
show that you logged off at 10:54. Thank you.
Okay,
Good
I
night.
appreciate it.
Good night,
Thank
Jeff.
you.
Good night, Jeff.
Safe flying.
Thanks.
Yeah, okay. So the next thing that we had is Microsoft SharePoint OneDrive login validation. I think I've gotten validation from just about everybody that they can access SharePoint, except for you, Bob.
And I can go to the email that Sophie sent us once upon a time and click on that and get the SharePoint.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I have
That's
no
great.
idea how to access SharePoint if I delete that email.
Ah, okay. So why don't you and I try to do a quick Zoom and I'll show you that, because what I wanted us to do, and Sophie's being our coordinator with town IT, is I just wanted to ensure that everybody could at least access it, right? That we don't have problems with credentials or permissions or anything like that, because then we can get IT scheduled to do a demo for us, demo/training. Because I think what we're going to run into once we do that is that there are going to be some issues that might be specific to the platform that we're using. Like, I think Mike uses iOS a lot. I think Jeff has a tablet. I don't know if that's iOS. I'm using iOS devices, tablets and whatnot, and using a Windows, platform. Other people might be using a Mac platform. And I don't, I would like to spend time more focused on getting everybody so that they really can use and access the data regardless of the platform they're on. That's my goal. Yes, Bob.
The problem I have with this whole thing is that I have my own Microsoft 365 account.
Yeah.
And I have to log in anonymously in order to use the town's Outlook website. And I have no idea what's going to happen when I start to use SharePoint on my own computer. I'm a little concerned about that, so I'm very anxious for this training.
Yeah. I think that's a fair concern. And again, I just kind of want to get us past just like, to the front door so that when we do have the time and attention from IT.
So long as I have that email from Sophie, I can log in, but I don't want to be dependent upon some email.
No. Nor do we want you dependent on it. Yeah.
right.
So
Thank you.
I'll schedule some time with you offline and we'll just do like the little bit that I can hack through and then we'll go ahead, Sophie. It sounds like we're in a pretty good position to schedule that training. Jenny, you have your hand up.
I was gonna say I can also help with this because I'm very good at helping people with Microsoft 365 and SharePoint and Teams and OneDrive and
excellent. I knew we were going to
accounts.
love having you on our team.
This is what I do.
Cool. Very cool. That's see it looking up, Bob. It's looking up.
All right.
Okay. MACC classes. So anybody who wants to take MACC classes, send the list in to Ashley and copy Sophie. We'd like to get that in by Friday so that we can go ahead and get a PO raised. It's still really problematic for getting the POs raised. So minimizing the number of times we have to do that is advantageous. Doesn't mean it's your last opportunity, but please just try to make time to look at the MACC classes. And the conference is coming up, I think the first weekend in the first Saturday in March. So there'll be a lot of on-site, in-person classes. There's hybrid classes, and then all through March, they have the virtual classes that are happening that you can take, per the schedule. And if anybody has problem finding that stuff, let me know. Do we have any updates on encroachment issues?
950 Chase Road. Again, I'm going to talk with Adam Costa about that on Monday at 3. I'm coming to the conclusion that after my own personal opinion is that after we have done the Reno cut and we have another $20,000 in the timber rights fund, that we probably should pay for the removal of this shed from that fund. But until such time, we probably should board it up. But first I gotta talk with Adam Costa about that and come back to the commission. And on the 315 Lancaster, it occurred to me that we have near map. And so I went in, we sent the letter to the people at 315 way back in January. But we have a January 11th aerial photograph using near map of the same location, and it shows that they haven't moved anything. So I asked Adam Costa to send a follow-up letter, which he is doing. So that's the status there.
Thank you. Now, it occurs to me that we have another batch of third and last batch of encroachments to deal with that we were.
Yes, we do. And when we get done with these, I'll be bringing them forward.
Okay. So are we going to have to,
unless you want to jump the gun on me, Mary, and take that ball and run with it, but I'm not going to run with it till these are done.
well, so what does done mean? That we actually have
Well,
removed
but
the
you know,
shed
we have
or?
some, we have some, some closure is at least in our gun sites, you know?
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. That's the only thing, because I have some interest in some of the other ones, and
Yeah.
I didn't want to, I don't know how long it's going to take us to get that shed removed. That seems like that's really going to be a dangling modifier
I
there.
bet it'll be gone by August.
Ooh.
Because jumping the gun on timber rights, it looks like right now King is planning to do the timber harvest on North
Reno.
Reno
Yeah.
in June.
Oh,
So,
I thought that was one of the ones they had to have frozen ground to do. I
and
guess
that's what
not.
I thought too. He said, no, it's not frozen enough. You're gonna wait till June.
Okay.
But they're very hot to try to do it because it's right in there. They live in Townsend, and it'll be the closest harvest they've ever done.
Okay. All right. So extension request which we may not be able to do because I think Sophie had to drop was so it's 960 Mass Ave. I don't think we can entertain that unless we have her advice on that one. The certificates of compliance, we can't progress
Nope.
those without her advice either. Just making a note here so that I can remember it next time I'm setting up the next agenda. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we have any updates on the other enforcements. And then I'm going to propose that the grant updates all get delayed until we have a shorter meeting. Conservation land improvement updates also. Mike, I think you have one kind of priority update on Hollis Roads, but I think everything that's just kind of routine business, let's put it off to the next meeting.
Do you want to speak about Hollis Road?
No, I think, you mentioned, you called me and let me know there was an urgent issue there that I think we ought to talk about and ensure
Yes.
visibility on, but everything else Hollis Road related, I think let's put it off.
Okay. On Friday, I got a text from our tenant that she had no heat. So I called Cam's Heating, and she also mentioned that there was water in the basement. So after I called Cam's Heating to have them kind of do an emergency call there, I also called Chris Ruth, the facilities director, since he says, oh, I just happened to be thinking about taking a drive there, and he went and he noticed that there was around 6 inches of water in the basement. And he noticed that the relief valve on the boiler was stuck open. And given that it had been replaced this past December when we did our routine heating system service, we found out through CAMS that it was something other than a boiler issue. It was actually a holding tank issue that had failed, and this holding tank had been there for 17 years. So you get about 15 to 20 years out of a hot water tank, and it finally failed. So Chris Ruth gave me permission, because it was an emergency, just to have them replace the tank. They got the heat on Friday when I got the text, but the holding tank did not arrive and installed until the Monday. So there was no hot water for a couple of days, but she did have heat. And Cam's Heating was going to send us an invoice for $3,100 to replace that, including all the the tank as well as the labor. And I think perhaps those invoices have been going to Rich. Rich, did you receive an invoice either from this last incident and also prior to that for the December heating system servicing? So I was just wondering if you had gotten that, because that's
I
what they
only
had on their
received
records.
one, Mike, and I thought I forwarded it to Mary.
Okay.
And I think
I
that
haven't
they,
seen one recently.
and I think they email them to me when they're going unpaid. Because I have not received, I've only received that one.
That was the December one, which we, so you probably haven't received the new one as of Friday, but you know, just to be on alert, it's probably going to be emailed to you. And he asked me whether or not that was the best way to do it. And I said, well, if that's the way it's been done and you've been getting paid, unless you mind, Rich, to get those invoices through your email, but you seem to be the only one getting them. And, you know, it's great that you're sending it to Mary. And does that go to our administrator? Does that Sophie get those ultimately? And do we have to vote on those as an invoice? How to?
I would imagine that we're gonna have to vote on payment, because we would have to vote to pay a PO or to raise a PO for something. This is a retroactive one, which is not ideal, but I mean, you know, we're landlords. We can't actually, it's not legal to let somebody go without heat and hot water. So that's a legal constraint. But Rich, I cut you off. Apologies there.
Yeah, I only just received one. I haven't received anything else from them prior to that one. So I believe they're getting mailed to the town.
Okay. Well, Jason had mentioned that the one in December was still outstanding and that they were going to send us another one. And I said I would check just to make sure that it was in process. So he ultimately would be paid for that initial invoice. So I'm just bringing it up based on what I know and how best to proceed. If there's a better way of doing it, I'm willing to.
I would recommend that in the future that we have them mailed to the or emailed to the mailed, however they're mailing them, but emailed to LCC at lunenburgmass.gov. That way it's going to the office, and we're kind of keeping the commissioners out of the flow of that. Is my opinion. Bob, you have your hand up. You probably have some opinions.
I do have an opinion. I think the entire involvement of Mike and Rich in the maintenance of this house is a legacy vestigial process from when we didn't have a facilities director. Well, we now have a facilities director who gets paid to do this stuff. And I'm hoping that in the future, the tenant can contact the facilities director when she has no heat or no water or whatever. And leave the volunteers out of it. And the bills can go to the facilities director and yada, yada, yada. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Seems like something that's worth pursuing. What do you think, Mike?
I did connect with the facilities director, but maybe you know, he's a firm believer. If something had been working prior to him being there, keep it going that way.
But that's the point. It wasn't working.
I know that's the point. One other thing, the fire department did come in to remove that 6 inches of water from the basement, and I wasn't sure how that is handled. Is that something we're going to get charged with, or does the fire department do this pro bono? So that wasn't clear to me, but the facilities director did call the fire department and have that done on our behalf. So I don't know what, I never asked them about, do they charge for that, or, you know, because it's a property of the town?
They used to
it's a-
do it, they used to do it for my neighbor for free.
Okay,
And I only know because then I would have to go down there and fix her sump pump. You know, that they were tied together, but they used to do it, you know, for her for free.
okay. Well, if we get an invoice, from the fire department, just be aware that, you know, it was a legitimate,
Yeah.
action, and, but I think everything is back to normal, and the only other thing is the roof patch that, we had Nick Morrison do, as a temporary, appears to be working, because since we've had some rain in Lunenburg, it has not come through inside the house. So, Chris Ruth is saying that come spring, when winter is over, that they'll probably get a number to do some work on that roof to address that issue permanently. So I just want to let you know that's probably up and coming this spring.
Thank
And
you.
I think that puts us up to date.
Thank you, thank you, Mike. So should we wait for the invoice to show up before we vote on allocating budget for it, or is that something that you're confident of the number and that we should go ahead and vote on now?
I think I'm confident about the $3,100,
What-
which includes.
Why don't we motion it for a little bit more, just in case it's a couple of cents over or something, or $3 over, and we don't have to vote on it again?
Okay,
Not to exceed 3,200 or something.
all right, that makes sense, Mary. I make a motion to approve a $3,200 purchase for a replacement hot water heater for the 123 Hollis Road property from Cans Heating.
Second.
Roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer, and I for myself. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So I'm gonna skip over all the other things so that we can go ahead and get off the call and adjourn. Are there any parting comments by members of the commission?
I would like to nominate Jenny Putherer to be our representative to the Stormwater Committee, if she is willing to do it.
I would accept that nomination. Thank you.
I would second that nomination then, that motion. So then we will have a roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. Okay, well, I will notify, thank you for that, Jenny, and Bob, thanks for slipping that in.
Thank you.
I will notify Renee so that she is aware as well. I know she'll be tickled to have a Conservation Commission representative on the Stormwater Task Force again. Any other comments from members of the commission? I don't see any members of the public on the call either. So I am looking for, it is 11:15, and I am looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Rich Birsch and a second by Chris St. Germain. Trying to catch my notes up and talk at the same time, and I can't do it. Roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Jenny Putherer, and I for myself. Thank you all. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you,
Thank-
Mary.
Thank you.
Great job.